in, which is a good thing. So karibuni tena sana. One person who doesn't even need to be introduced is Mr. MC Tonje. MC Tonje is always numero uno as far as our WhatsApp number is concerned. So if you'd like also to reach us via our WhatsApp number, it's 0116-928-683. Again, it's 0116-928-683. That's how you can always be number one, just like Mr. MC Tonje, all the way from Muhoroni. And of course, I'm sure a couple of you listening from Perth, whether it's Minnesota, Seattle, or these folks from 1,000 Hills. That's Rwanda, yeah? Hiyo ni Rwanda. Najua wanakwanga wako sambamba. But kama kawaida, the People's Breakfast has Mungala Movie, and also on the other side of the microphone we do have Mr. Charles, aka CT Muga. CT Muga, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you, Paul.
Everything is fine from your end?
Yes.
Watu wako salama kabisa?
Yes.
Yule jamaa huwa anakuleta kazini, that guy who drives you every single morning, is also doing good?
That was Sila.
Sila, eh? You know, I usually find you and Sila having conversations sometimes when you arrive before me. And I can see you guys having some kind of discourse.
Sila,
it's like you're discussing some serious matters.
Sila lives in the same stratosphere as you. Social media. So Sila always has views.
Yes.
Political views. And what you hear or what you see us doing every morning is having a discussion about those views.
Yes.
And his views tend to be fair. He expresses them rather strongly. So I listen. And we discuss it.
Yes.
And he explains to me why he believes what he believes.
Yes.
But he is a fairly well-informed fellow. Yes.
He looks like an informed fellow.
Oh, he's very, very well-informed. And then he also has a voice which he likes to express.
Yes.
So he and I often have some very lively debates on subject matters of the nation.
Okay.
You see, there are things which sometimes I ask him. Okay. Because he's an Uber driver.
Yes.
He's in the vehicle the whole time.
Yes.
And he listens to the radio.
Right.
So if there's something I'm not sure, but I'll ask him, did you listen to this? Yes.
And he transports a lot of people from different walks of life.
That is now, you've understood where I was going. So he's my reference point.
Yes.
So I asked him, Sila, in your journey today, what are people saying about this? And he tell me, hey, but there's a guy I took to this and this place.
This is what
yes,
okay.
There's a guy I took to this and this place. Hey,
these Gen Zs are saying this.
Yes. He is my constant reference point.
You are lucky enough that you interact with this person on a daily, because I can assure you, these folks, actually, even when they are interviewed on podcasts, the kind of things they say about their clients, my goodness. Yeah.
If there are people who are informed about what's happening in this society we call Kenya, it is those folks.
Okay.
Because it's them and their passenger.
Yes.
They're two people.
Yes.
Maybe they're three. And so they get talking. Yes. So this morning we were discussing the Ebola issue and what it is that the CS for Health said.
Right.
And he was regaling me with his, not just what was said, but his interpretation of it.
Right.
And this is what he concluded. I'll say it in Kiswahili.
That's what he said.
That's what he said. Sasa huyu CS anasema nini? Yani unaweza kutuambia ati hatutakuwa na public participation?
Well, because you're the one who brought it to my attention this morning. So he actually said there will be no public participation as far as this quarantine/isolation facility is concerned.
That was according to Mr. Sila.
Okay.
I am going to confirm.
In
due course.
All right.
Yes, but
something I heard yesterday from the news, Kikuyu MP Kimani Ichung'wah. We've been calling this thing a quarantine facility. He called it isolation facility in Parliament. So I don't know whether we are talking about a different issue. There's a quarantine facility in Laikipia, and then there's an isolation facility in Laikipia, or he meant quarantine when he was saying isolation, or it is actually isolation as opposed to quarantine. So I'm not sure anymore what it is. And he said isolation not once, not twice, about 4 times. And he was like, we have other 23 isolation facilities across the country. And I was like, wait a minute. We have been discussing quarantine, but now we are being told isolation.
According to The Nation,
yes,
that is what he said. In fact, they have a headline in the health section, Duale.
Yes.
We will not consult Kenyans on US Ebola facility.
They will not consult Kenyans. but they're using the authority that we have given them.
So just
the mandate.
Paul, it's a constitutional requirement.
It is. It is.
So essentially, this man is telling us directly that he is going to disregard the constitution.
But me, I'm trying to remove the constitution. Oja, I'm asking kama Mkenya. Hatumeniambia nini? Unakulanga kwangu?
Mshahara wako ni pesa yangu.
Mimi ndio nakulipanga mshahara. Unakula chakula yangu, unalala kwangu. Alafu unaniambia nini?
Ndio unapeleka gari yangu.
Na ni gari yangu unaendesha. Ati unasema nini? Forget this constitution thing because these guys they never follow it anyway.
Actually, you see the beauty of the constitution, Paul. It is an immovable yardstick.
Yes.
Because this is not my opinion, it is not what I think, it is not what I want.
It is what the law says.
It is not my bias. We can't be a nation that adheres to the rule of law if those in leadership appear to disregard the law.
True story.
You see? And woe betide us if we get to a point where it is the norm for us to just simply disregard the law.
Yes.
A lawless nation is no nation, Chief.
It's true. It's true.
So people wonder how it is other nations plunge into chaos.
Yeah.
We have the makings of it because it is not that people suddenly become violent. It starts with people in authority disregarding the law. You are setting an example.
Okay, so let me ask. This is a hypothetical question. It's more of a rhetoric because I don't think it has an answer. But it has an answer because the way I'll frame it...
It has no choice but to have an answer.
Exactly.
Uliza.
So if they do decide to not consult Kenyans like the CS has said, then they go ahead and do what they want. Is it okay for Kenyans to go ahead and do what they want?
Not only that, you've actually got to the heart of the matter. If you set the example of disregarding the law, should we follow in your footsteps and also disregard the law? Especially
on this matter of the isolation facility?
Actually, no. I will choose which aspect of the law I want to disregard because you've chosen on a matter of health and a matter of concern to the citizen. It's because this is a grave matter of concern.
Yeah.
Ebola is a scary disease, okay? Instead of explaining and getting people to understand, you're just thumping.
Utadu? Literally, even if wanakuuliza, utadu?
Well, that is something that he will discover. There are people who preceded him who had similar
attitudes.
Yes, they did, and they spoke. There is a gentleman who said, when he was asked, he was then Minister of Finance, he said over his dead body. He didn't die, he's still alive as we speak now. But the very thing he said would not happen, happened.
Yes.
The man now lives in obscurity, okay? There's a generation that don't even know he existed and that he was once a very powerful man in this country.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So these things are transient. Okay?
Okay.
We will forget Duale at some point. Do we know the minister who was there before him?
Yeah, we know.
He was preceded by 2 other ministers.
Yes.
Okay? So there was Nakumicha. There was Deborah. So there's him. Same government. People don't even mention the first 2.
Yes.
Yes.
You're very right. You're very right.
So if the moment he vacates that docket, somebody else will come in and we will not remember.
And we shall deal with him.
Yes.
Or her.
You see, the problem that seems to be with those whom we give positions of authority to look after our affairs, they actually think that it is a divine right for them to have those positions.
Yes.
So it's our role in their having those positions in their mind is completely obliterated. So it's like they do not need us.
Yes.
And yet without us, there's no them.
Even ndivyo Wakenya wanasemanga utajua ujui.
You know that I am saddened. This morning,
yes,
I'm truly saddened that this is a matter that could so easily have been explained.
Right.
So very easily explained and understood.
Problems that could have been avoided.
Completely. We are plunging straight into. As I said, my guy Sila analyze this thing well.
Okay. Shout out to Louise Rudasingwa. He's saying, I'm never sure about these names, but anyway, Louise is saying, good morning. So good morning to you too. Good morning to you too, Louise. Now, our producer has brought to my attention 2 matters. The first one, it's on the matter of U.S. Representative Hulda Momanyi Hiltsley. Hiltsley. You remember this lady we hosted?
Oh, I remember very well.
Yeah, she's from, I think was it Minnesota? Was she from Minneapolis?
Kwani kila mtu siku hizi anatoka Minnesota.
I'm just Edna ametoka which state? Mine what? Atina ingia hapa ndani utuambie vizuri. Ni Minnesota. So Hulda is from Minnesota. I knew wakisiwa na kwanga Minnesota wote. Na wajasota. So anyway, Hulda Momanyi is and this is what she posted on her Facebook, yeah? She said it's official. Hulda Momanyi Hilsi will be on the 2026 ballot. Now the real work begins. I'm asking for your support and your vote on August 11th and again in November as we continue building a stronger, safer and more prosperous community together. Let's get to work because we are stronger together. So she's seeking re-election for her position to represent the people of her community and we wish her all the best.
Community gani?
Unakumbuka ilikuanga it was some place in Minnesota there.
Oh, ni hiyo kazi.
So she's seeking re-election. Yeah. And it looks like she's doing quite a good job. Because even when she was here rather, and the things that she said, and you know some of the achievements that she outlined for us, I think that is what we need back here at home as far as you know, our politicians are concerned. So Hulda, when you're done working in the US, once you've conquered all those ceilings, please come back to Kenya and do the thing. Yeah. Someone else also who is of germane to this particular conversation, like I said, tumeambiwa kuna vitu mbili. Maureen Kinyanjui, one of our reporters, is celebrating her birthday today.
Birthday. Tutamuuliza akona miaka ngapi? Tunasema tu happy birthday.
Angekuwa hapa tungemuuliza.
Hapana. Tusiende huko.
Okay.
Si ni birthday? Tosha.
Right. Sawa. So happy birthday Maureen. Huyu anaandika story nyingi sana. Actually ukifunguanga website yetu, her stories are usually like the first 10 every single morning. I don't know what time she sleeps, but yeah. I hope leo juni birthday yake Mungu amuonekanie na mbloie ampatie siku zingine nyingi endelee kufanya kazi yake safi.
Edna alikuwa anasema tumuimbie.
Tumuimbie. Mimi niko na shida ya mguu siwezi imba.
That one I understand. Mimi nitamuimbia.
Wewe imba.
Anaitwa
Maureen Kinyanjui.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday dear Maureen. Happy birthday to you.
Umeambiwa happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah. Kuna keki?
Baadaye.
Haya. Sisi tunapendanga uji pia. Happy birthday Maureen. All right. Let's check out what's making headlines across our what is it called? Our website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke. If you haven't checked us out, please, why don't you do that and see what exactly it is that we like talking about here. We actually cover a lot of things from sports to entertainment and most important to your politics, because that, my friend, is a very, very, very important aspect of your life. And why is this thing playing with me? Oh yeah, here we go. Found it. Alafu si uko na by the before ningia kwa hiki kitu si utupatie methali ya leo. Bado tuko Shelly
Sisi iko Seychelles.
What are these Seychellians saying?
She sells seashells by the seashore. He who looks for honey,
yes,
must have the courage to face the bees.
He who does what now?
He who looks for honey must have the courage to face the bees.
Okay. You know, there's one time, the first time rather, I was stung by a bee, my friend. That thing was painful as pain can be. That's the very first time I experienced pain beyond what I had been experiencing. Nature kuchapachapwa na wazazi ama kuanguka. That thing it stung me on the neck, yeah.
Did it
backside. Wow. Did it swell? It not only swelled, but I couldn't even turn my neck left, right to center.
Okay.
Yeah. So whoever does what? Whoever wants honey,
yes,
must know how to deal with the bees.
You must figure out how you're going to face the bees.
Yeah. Those things are bad. Those things are definitely bad. All right, so let's get into radiogeneration.co.ke, and our first story is on KNCHR, which submits that 1,800 protest victims' cases for government compensation. And actually, I saw this story. It's been written by Maureen Kinyanjui, and this is what it says now. A government compensation plan for people affected by recent protest violence is now taking shape after a human rights agency handed over a detailed register of victims who are killed or injured during demonstrations across the country. Now, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights has confirmed that more than 1,800 people have been identified and their details submitted to the state for possible compensation, covering cases linked to unrest, which has been recorded from 2024. Commissioner Marion Mutugi said the list includes both those who lost their lives and those who suffered injuries during various protest episodes, adding that the government is expected to act on the documentation without delay. We can't wait to see how this pans out. I wonder how much money these guys will be getting.
What gun?
The victims, this 1,800 plus folks. I hope it is going to be of significance as much as it will not replace what was lost, whether they were maimed, whether they were killed, which is very sad. And the funny thing is, despite all these conversations we're having, every time people go to the streets, someone has got to die.
They don't have to die, but they die.
Yeah, they die. Kama hii ya Nanyuki sasa 4 people. Why did those 4 people die? Why?
Unnecessary, isn't it?
Ile ingine ilikuwa siku ya matatu, 12 people died. 12.
Hiyo 12 ni mingi bwana. Why?
And then now I feel like it's become so normal, we are not any to stew anymore.
No, there are people who seem to relish shooting people. That's what it boils down to.
Like it's become so normal, we are just saying, 4 people died. 12.
No, they relish. What were those people doing that warranted they're being shot at?
I wonder. And then no one is being arrested apart from those ones that we really made noise about. Ile ya Ojwang, Rex Masai, Baby Pendo. Those are the only cases we can say are ongoing. And those are just 4 out of hundreds of cases. And that's why I'm saying, if nothing happens, we'll keep on having these conversations. People are talking about maandamano this particular month to remember the people that were lost in 2024, Kina Rex Masai and company. Now, what happens if people have what we consider peaceful protest and then we talk about another 2 people dead, 5 people dead? Nothing literally is being done about this. It's like there are no consequences. It's like driving your car without a license. If you're never arrested, if you're never arraigned in court, you'll keep on doing the thing. And every time you meet cops, you give them excuses or you give them 100 shillings or 2 or 500 shillings and you get away with it. Imagine you'll never renew that license and you'll never renew that insurance. So something needs to happen.
That's why the individual role in all these, this thing, Paul, about... See, we the nation begins with me.
Yes, indeed.
I, the sovereign, because I don't need other people for me to ensure that my insurance is up to date.
Yeah.
I don't need other people to ensure that I'm registered for SHA. I don't need other people to ask me where it is my children should go to university or school. So when it comes to national issues, why do I then need a crowd for me to determine what I'm going to do? I take the step of doing what I need to do. I don't need a crowd for me to decide how I'm going to handle somebody when I'm stopped by the police for something which I know is incorrect.
Yeah.
They say I'm speeding when I know full well I wasn't speeding. Because you'll find that this is a person who's decided they want to sell inconvenience. We give our elected politicians more power than they should actually have. And the problem with that power is it's power over our lives. And they have demonstrated that they manage our affairs badly. So you want to continue allowing them to manage your affairs badly.
There's another story here. KEBS warns of unsafe aflatoxin levels in cereals as food safety checks intensify. Wow. Kenya has sounded a fresh warning over food safety risks after new laboratory tests exposed dangerously high aflatoxin levels in cereals sold in parts of the country, putting everyday staples under scrutiny and raising concern over what is reaching consumers' plates. The alert was issued during the World Food Safety Day in 2026 commemorations in Nairobi, where the Kenya Bureau of Standards, that is KEBS, said food security must no longer be treated as a routine check, but as a core part of national development and public protection. KEBS Managing Director S. Tangare said rapid changes in food production and distribution systems are introducing new dangers that are not being fully controlled, exposing consumers to risks such as unsafe chemical use, fake food products, poor storage practices, weak tracking systems, and contamination from toxins like aflatoxin. Aflatoxin, is naturally occurring because of the animals and what are they called?
What is it?
Aflatoxin is just that. It is a toxin. Like, there's no way of defining it. But for the sake of informing the public vizuri, wacha tuiangalie in its the full definition. Now, this is what it is. Aflatoxins are potent naturally occurring toxic byproducts produced by certain molds, primarily Aspergillus flavus and Aspergillus parasiticus. So molds, these are more or less fungi, right? So they thrive in warm, humid climates, and these fungi contaminate staple crops such as maize, sorghum, millet, and peanuts, making contamination a major public health concern. That is why, number one, when you harvest these particular cereals, you ensure that they are dry. Not just dry, you dry them completely. Because in dry environments, life doesn't really thrive. So that means bacteria and fungi, which are the major microbes in our environment. So if they're not there, that means those molds, specific molds, will not grow. And if they do not grow, then they will not produce that aflatoxin. It's as simple as that. So it's not something you can really avoid 100%. But that's why even Akina KEBS, or people who have these particular standards, they tell you beyond this level, you cannot consume these particular foods. But they are there, whether you like it or not. Zinakuanga hapo. And that is why maize that is not stored well, alafu ipate your mold, alafu ikauke, alafu ende usiage, itengeneze unga, whether ni unga ya ugali ama unga ya kupatia wanyama, chances are, if it wasn't stored well, it has very high levels of aflatoxin, especially if it had mold.
So there are levels which are tolerated by the body.
Yes.
But there are levels which now become toxic.
Right.
Okay.
And because there's a level over time, because it's not like today you eat a spoonful of aflatoxin, then tomorrow you'll get cancer. No. But over time it accumulates. We live for a very long time as human beings. So depending on how many times you're exposed to this particular thing, then the levels of aflatoxin also rise in your body, and then eventually they trigger a cancer. And it could be any of the very many known cancers, whether it's brain cancer, whether it's lung cancer, throat cancer, cervical cancer. It depends on where these particular toxins decide to make home in your body. Duale, screening contact tracing will replace border closures in Ebola fight. Every time I read about this Ebola story, by the way, it becomes scary.
Man, if there is one particular issue that is being mismanaged badly, it is this one.
Is this Ebola, Let me just read first of all. Kenya has ruled out shutting its borders even as fears grow over a new Ebola outbreak in the region, with the government choosing a surveillance-based response that relies on screening and contact tracing to contain any possible spread. Now, Health CS Aden Duale said the country will continue operating open entry points while strengthening health checks and monitoring systems aimed at detecting suspected infections early and preventing community transmission. Me, I am not an expert as far as epidemiology is concerned, but mi nakumbuka hivi ndivyo COVID ilifika. Because COVID happened in some place called Wuhan. Wuhan is in China.
Me, I've never understood. That thing happens in Wuhan and it starts killing Europeans. How?
An entire ocean away from us,
yes,
right?
How?
And there are very many countries between us. Forget even the ocean. Even after the ocean, before you get to China, there are very many countries here between.
There's a lot of landmass in between.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then
I remember there's one story that was broken by one of the newspapers, and photos were posted, and actually videos were posted on YouTube oh, there's this plane that has arrived from China. It has got...
See, I remember that one.
Yes, it has got, do you have any 200 plus passengers? And those guys were alighting with what? With face masks. And then we looked at it and we said, guys, come on, what is this thing called coronavirus, COVID-19? Guys, come on. We've survived avian flu. We've survived swine flu. We've survived mad cow disease. Hii ndio tusumbua hii. I think it was 3 to 4 days after that plane landed, President Uhuru announced a lockdown. And I was like, So now, we're being told, and again, like I said, I am not an expert in epidemiology. I do not want to spread panic, but I'm just asking. So we are keeping our borders open, and even specifically from those areas that have already been exposed to Ebola. Because if it were me, in my house, nikikuona unakohoa design flani, hautaingia. Si kwa ubaya, wewe ni rafiki yangu, utaongea ukiwa huko, na mimi nitaongea nikiwa hapa. Niambie unataka nikusaidie aje? Nikusaidie. Kama ninaweza kukusaidia nikiwa hapa, nitakusaidia. Lakini ikibidi we have this contact, my friend, seek help elsewhere. Because I am not about to infect an entire household. That will get into our cost for health, our time, our resource. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo, sitakubali. So here we are. Every time we discuss these issues, by the mimi najulizanga what the. One last story before we do the traffic. MPs raid red flags over millions spent by anti-FGM board, seek detailed accountability. The National Assembly has raised red flags over how the Anti-Female Genital Mutilation Board is spending millions meant for community awareness campaigns, demanding proof that the funds are actually reaching grassroots programs and not being absorbed into unclear expenditure lines. Now, the Departmental Committee on Social Platform, on Social Protection on Wednesday questioned the board over its use of public funds for anti-FGM programs, saying the reports presented did not clearly show how the money was being spent at community level. But my biggest question, apart from, of course, this issue of money, is how effective is this anti-FGM steering committee?
What exactly is that story about?
So they're saying the anti-FGM board is not really accounting for the money that it has been receiving, the millions of monies that it has been receiving to do their work at the grassroots level.
And what is this work that they were supposed to be doing?
I don't know. But my question is, I also want to know just how effective they have been. Like, I want to know what they have achieved ever since they were formed.
What I'm interested in is the mandate.
Yes.
Because that is the yardstick with which we will determine.
So we know, we need to know the mandate, and then we need to know what they have done, and we need to know how effective whatever it is that they have done is. Are they reaching people? Have they stopped this thing that we're calling FGM? Yeah. So according to this particular report, appearing before the committee at Bunge Towers, the board's chief executive officer, Bernadette Loloju, and senior officials defended ongoing interventions, including the My Dear Daughter campaign, which is a county sensitization forum, and the reactivation of anti-FGM steering committees in several counties. So that money is supposed to reactivate those FGM steering committees in several counties to ensure that they do their thing as far as FGM is concerned.
They seem to be dealing with the symptom instead of dealing with the actual problem.
Mm-hmm. You think so?
Yes, I know so. Because one, if you do not understand why it is, despite all the campaigns, FGM still persists, you will never solve that particular problem. You have to understand why it is that people feel that this is something that is an intrinsic part of their culture. And so you can bring your laws, but they'll simply go against it. It's not outsiders who are going against the law. The very people you are saying you are talking to and trying to convince and trying to sensitize, they are the very same people who are continuing to pursue this so-called FGM mantra.
Yeah.
Yes. So why do they continue?
Let's do the traffic updates.
Traffic.
So here we are. I'm looking at the county of Mombasa. Not looking bad. I'm looking at this road called Luharwatha Street. Iko sawa. Kwa Kiziwi, Koinange Road, Msaada Avenue, Tomboya Road, Makupa, all those places are looking good. Lumumba Road, that one is grey. Nothing is on that particular road. Haile Selassie Road as well, grey. Mo Avenue, grey. Industrial area, grey. This one is a pale grey. Does that mean that there's no road there? What does this mean?
There's a road.
Because there's a dark grey and there's a pale grey. I need to understand by this particular I'll look at the key to understand what exactly these particular colors mean. But yeah, Kule Bedzimba Primary School, Masjid Al Hadia, uko kote, things are moving quite well. St. James Catholic Church Parish, this is in Mtopanga. That road is called Kengeleni. Yes, Kengeleni is looking good. Literally no particular traffic at this particular hour. Nyali Road as well. Links Road, kule sehemu za VOK. The green color just gets somewhere and then it disappears. Does that mean that traffic stops there or what? Anyway,
where, near Kengeleni?
Yes.
Or near Kongoya?
As you're heading towards VOK. Hiyo barabara tu ya Kengeleni.
Yes.
Kitoka Kongoya Market.
No, you just go straight.
Yeah. So the green line just stops somewhere and then the rest of the road is gray. So that means people are either stopping somewhere, getting into some establishment.
No.
And the rest of the road is empty.
Ask yourself if there's a matatu stop.
Well, I mean, there is. But matatus continue driving even after. And
yes.
Other cars use the same road.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's a glitch in the Google map.
I doubt it. Kuna mahali watu wanaingia either ni lodging ama anyway.
Unaweza kuona watu wakitembea.
Uwezi ona watu wakitembea. So let's leave Mombasa County. Mombasa County is, I find it very strange in the mornings. Let's look at Nairobi County. Now, I'm looking at Eastleigh bahali yake. That particular area yote iko tu sawa sawa. Kuna shida yote, barabara zote ziko sawa. For example, kuna General Waroinge Road, hiyo bia hamna kitu hapo, hakuna ngamia ama hata piki. Juja Road hiyo pia iko sawa. Then now we leave Eastleigh because Eastleigh there's literally no traffic. Then we go to Pangani. Now, Pangani, that traffic starts from KCA survey area there. But after that, it opens up. So if you're heading into the CBD, you're moving quite well. Ngara, looking good. University of Nairobi, that University Way is looking fantastic. So if you're heading into the CBD, you're having a blast. Ngong Road, not looking bad at all. Haile Selassie Avenue going all the way back to the Junction Mall. You guys are moving quite well. Southern Bypass is green. Galleria Mall, Langata Road, Nini as you're heading towards Ongata Rongai, that entire space is green. But if you see something on the road I need to know about, you know where to find me.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, thank you very much. My machine today is really acting up. I feel like giving it a very serious slap. But here we are. Let's start with the People Daily. What exactly is on that particular headline? Ruto's pet projects get huge allocations in 4.8 trillion budget. Our budget is 4.8 trillion.
Well, the question that has been asked time and time again, does it need to be 4.8 trillion?
You know, there's something Willis Otieno, Safina Party deputy party leader, he that night I hosted him with Honorable Sholei. He said that it's like every year we come up with a brand new budget, like brand new. And he said there are some things, it's like we are redoing them again. And that is what makes our budget really huge. Like he was saying, that's why it's like 4 trillion. He was like, can we just identify new things that we want to do? Because the old ones that have already been done, we shouldn't be talking about them over and over again. He was saying, for example, on the issue of pending bills, he was asking, and I was asking myself the same question after he brought it to light. Why do we have pending bills? Like, ati kuna barabara ilijengwa 2023 bado ijalipwa. Yet there was a budget for that particular road. So he was asking, where did that money go?
That is the valid question, because it isn't as though in the Uhuru government, on 2 separate occasions, that particular government put aside money,
yes,
to pay the pending bills. There is no visibility of that money.
Yes.
but the pending bills persist. So,
you know, when he put it that way, I started. But there is a lot I've learned when I came to this particular show and having these conversations with all these experts and because when he put it that way, I even asked in my own house. There are things when I buy, I want to buy again for a very long
like
time.
when you buy a TV, do you need to buy a TV?
I don't need to buy a TV. Yeah.
No.
But in our Kenyan budget, we're always buying a TV.
Yes. In fact, you actually buy more than one TV. You bought a TV, but this year you need 3 TVs.
Yeah. Then you painted your house in the last financial whatever.
Yes.
So this house for another maybe 20, 30 years, you won't need to paint it.
No, but here we have to paint it every year.
Every financial year we are painting our house.
Yes.
And so on. So when he said these things, I was like, wait a minute. By the bungoja kidogo. Kuna vitu by the. So he was like, we need to identify just the new stuff that we need to do, because we've already done so much since independence. But the way he explained it, that why is our budget always ballooning? Like with every new year, it's like we're adding a new trillion.
We do.
That thing, man, it really...
Well, we've normalized that because it's like a budget has to increase by its very nature. But that's not actually true. There is need to have a very high budget when there are certain things that need to be done. Okay? Infrastructure projects. But you know, once they're done, they've been done, haven't they?
They have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, have we needed to rebuild the Thika Superhighway?
No.
Yes. It's been built. You can extend the highway. Like now, I know it has reached, it has gone beyond Karatina, if I'm not wrong. Yes. Okay? That we understand. But that's just a dual carriageway. Now, it's not this superhighway that we see here. But here, it's like... the budget seems to imply that we are starting all over again. It's like nothing actually happened.
Yeah.
And we are starting from scratch.
Ile ya last year ilikuwa 4.2 trillion.
Sasa tumeongeza.
Say tuko 4.8. And I'm asking, kwani? Anyway, so there's that. And for me, I'm always baffled, and I usually ask myself, am I missing something?
Don't worry. One of the things about this particular budget, this budget is going to be chambuad in ways that other budgets have never been chambuad. So Mbadi had better prepare himself to be able... Yes, he had better prepare himself to be able to respond, because believe me, this one...
Itakuwa mbaya.
Not mbaya. With every budget we get smarter, we understand more things.
Yes.
We even know how to query things. Okay? And they will be queried.
So, according to these people, daily again, they're saying president's flagship programs emerge as some of the biggest winners in this particular budget. And these are some of the projects and their allocations. 135 billion set aside for the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. That is better. 7.5 billion budget committee allocated for the national electricity grid system. 18.6 billion assigned to the Kenya Urban Program. 50 billion allocated for the construction of affordable housing units. 12.5 billion for NYS to support youth training. 4.7 billion for Nyota programs. 20.9 billion for construction of social housing units. 20.2 billion for institutional housing. 24.96 billion for the IEBC ahead of 2027 elections. 1.3 billion enable youth Kenya programs. Some of these things zinakani kama zimejirepeat, because you tell me 20.2 billion for institutional housing, and then 20.9 B for construction of social housing, 12.5 B for NYS. So okay, here housing has got like what, three budgets, because there's 50 billion for allocation of affordable housing.
There's no million, it's billion.
Yes. Did I say million?
Yes.
Okay. So 50 billion for affordable housing, but another 24.9 this is what? Another 0.2 billion for institutional housing, and then 20.9 B for construction of social housing units.
What I found strange as you're reading it,
yes,
is the Hustler Fund. It was a revolving fund.
Yes, it was.
So you lend, and the more you lend, then people return it.
Yes.
So there is money for others to borrow, isn't it? So why do you need to add more money?
Yeah, let me just look. So Nyota Fund is 4.7 billion. Okay. That is Nyota.
Nyota, I'm not talking Nyota.
Then 1.3 billion enable youth Kenya programs. Is that part of Hustler Fund?
Bro, hiyo ndio gani hiyo?
Si ndio nimekwambia 1.3 billion. Mimi nakwambia hapa kuna vitu sielewi because kuna 1.3 billion enable youth Kenya programs. Then 12.5 billion for NYS to support youth training. Okay, hiyo ni training. Ingine ni youth Kenya programs.
Everything that has a budget must be explained.
Yeah.
Why does this training amount come to 12.7 billion? Why? What is this thing that they're being trained about? You see, when you set up NYS and you say, for instance, you're setting up new centers around the country,
yes,
that's a new expense. If you're equipping training centers where they train people in mechanical work and so forth, I understand that's an expense.
But what happened to the old equipment?
No, you've devolved it, so you have a training center elsewhere where it didn't exist before.
All right.
But once you've built it, it's built. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. Explain. This 12.7, explain why. What it is that we're doing with this training that makes it amount to 12.7 billion. I'm sure they've explained it.
Yes.
I'm sure they've given details.
Yes.
You see, let me tell you, when you start looking at these budget items, okay, even if you're a layman,
yeah,
very many questions will be raised in your mind. Very many.
Yeah. Hey. Anyway, like I said, mi sielewangi mambo ya budget sana. Explainer, why we are seeing so many white butterflies. This story is on page 13. Utumishi girls fire MPs push to scrap boarding schools.
These MPs are completely mad. Absolutely. So, because this school has had a problem,
yes,
so let's just do away with boarding schools completely.
See, that's how they deal with issues.
Yeah, you're right. Let's just consign this thing into some dustbin somewhere.
Yeah.
Why were we cursed with such useless people?
I don't know. Let me check out the Standard. Again, they have one headline, which I find very beautiful this morning. Fugitive CEC. Sakaja dragged to court over Kerich's disappearance. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja is facing possible jail term for reportedly helping his finance CEC Charles Kerich evade imprisonment by facilitating his alleged departure to Dubai after a court sentenced him for contempt over the county's failure to pay 106.7 million debt to a law firm. Now, Kerich has been sentenced to 3 months in jail, but the order is yet to be effected because he has gone underground, according to the petitioner's lawyers. Full stop. Now, Sakaja will be in the soup if the court finds that he has a case to answer in the long-running legal battle. His story is on page 6. You know, some Kenyans usually say that Kenya is a crime scene, and I agree with them.
No, it isn't.
No, it is.
Paul, because there is one Sakaja and there's one Charles Kerich in the news, does not make Kenya. Nairobi County is not Kenya.
No, the entire country city is a crime scene.
No, it is not.
Because if we start looking at the things happening in Laikipia, the things happening here in Nairobi.
What is criminal in Laikipia?
People being killed in Laikipia because of demanding for their, or rather at least agitating for their rights.
Laikipia, Nairobi, that's 2 out of 47 counties.
Juzi watu wameuawa pale Kitengela. Hiyo si ni Kajiado County.
It's Kajiado County thing.
Anataka nikupeleke Kitui. Wale watu walichinjwa huko Kitui from we don't know who. We don't even know who the people killed them.
There are 7 people who were killed.
Mandera, I remember, but people were protesting because I don't know who have come from Juba, is it Jubaland? Militia have come, taken over the county. Yes, Marsabit, 758 million lost. I don't even think the governor has ever been questioned apart from that headline that we had here.
He's been questioned, but then that thing, in Kenya, it is questioned.
Yes.
There's a little dust for 2 days.
Right.
Silence.
I will not mention the county, but you remember that governor who sent papers here? who wanted to sue me over something someone else said. So again, that county has got its own issues. So, City Kenya is a crime.
It is not. You haven't even gotten to 10 counties. Bless you.
If we start counting these counties and the problems in those particular ones, the Kenya is a crime scene. Machakos County hapa, service providers are complaining they haven't been paid for 3 years, and the governor is about to seek re-election. So you tell me Kenya is not a crime scene? Kenya is a crime scene. But anyway, that's my definition.
When something requires a mental health intervention, it is
not a crime.
No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So hapo ndio tuko bro.
But umeona hii shida ya CEC wa Nairobi?
Okay, so
let's look at the Daily Nation. They're saying tension in schools. Red flag, the National Parents Association wants urgent action taken to address rising student unrest. Anasema
they want action taken by whom?
Yeah.
The reason why you have a parents association, you have a parents teachers association, you have a board of management is so that issues that are pertinent in a school are managed. That's why you have them. And if you look carefully, you will find that these are issues that have been raised. The other day, a national school called Nana School sent the school didn't send children home. The management sent the students home.
Okay.
But if you read about it, there are issues that both students and parents had raised. Okay, regarding the school, the quality of the food, the accommodation, things which the board of management is supposed to look at and address. So when they started kicking a fuss, they said some students got violent. So the headmaster, instead of allowing the thing to escalate, said, okay guys, folks, parents, come and take your children. Let's see how we can resolve this thing. Are we saying that it has to get to the point where children are agitating for you to take notice? And that situation was highlighted by Professor Manya yesterday.
Yes. When there is threat of violence or chaos.
We create schools for a certain number of students. Then we triple, quadruple that population without adequate amenities to cater for these students. These students are not mad. They are the children, our children. They are our grandchildren. They're just citizens of this country like everybody else. There is something that is precipitating or bringing about what we are seeing. And it must be addressed. As I told you, Ministry of Education. Yeah, I'm not even thinking about board of management, blah, blah, blah.
Ministry.
Ministry.
Yeah.
The buck stops with the ministry. The buck stops with the CS, PS, Inspectorate. What's this lazy approach? You have a budget where in that budget, there's a budget for building. By the way, the reason why it's 700 billion. Within that budget, there's a budget for construction. We know of the population that we have, and we know of the birth rate in this country. We know.
Yeah.
So you budget to build. You do not do what it is you budgeted for. But the money doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So you squeeze children in a dorm to the point where even the corridor, the passage they're supposed to pass, you have beds. So now you tell me the facilities that you've built, if it is the toilets, if it is the showers, or everything else, if it's a dining hall, what sort of congestion do you think you are going to find? Have you understood why it is that violence in most urban areas is found in slum dwellings, what we call informal settings?
Yeah.
One of the sociological reasons is that they are very close together. The dwelling establishments are literally...
I remember that time we had the Sinai fire. People died because of how those houses were really compact or close together. So when one of the shanties got fire,
it just spreads.
My friend, it was just a matter of seconds.
Tap.
Alafu hiyo mafuta venye limwagika, it just like it spread into these particular homes again because of that
congestion.
Yes,
exactly. So now you tell me, these are young people, okay? This is a situation you put them in. You've congested them, okay?
Yeah.
One doesn't even have an element of privacy. These are adolescents. Their minds just begin to pop open. They are now beginning to understand things. They are now beginning to question things. They are now coming into their own. What do you think these children are going to do? Ministry of Education, that dock where those children are, the Ministry of Education, those who are in the inspectorate should be in the dock as well. They should be explaining to the country why we keep having these problems with our schools.
No, when I joined Kenyatta University, and I like referring to Kenyatta because that's the only example I can refer to. Na Mugenda hajanilipa. But when I joined that university, the population was quite small. But Professor Mugenda at the time wanted to expand. So before she let in 1,000 other students, I remember there was a huge construction project going on. She constructed a couple of more hostels. Then when the hostels were complete, my friend, the semester they were completed so that now we can get into the next one. Wale wanafunzi waliingia Kenyatta University walikuwa wengi. Plus of course some classrooms were added here and there. And I now that I am here, I appreciate that kind of thinking because we at no point were the hostels cramped, congested. No issues were not forced in terms of, kaini hapo kwanza as we figure things out. No, hostels zilijengwa, classes zikajengwa, wanafunzi wakaletwa. And I think that's how things should be done. If you're going to have more students, just accommodate, prepare for the accommodation first.
You have a facility for 600 students, then you have 2,000. What exactly do you think is going
to happen? It doesn't make sense. Because initially, mtu ataangalia aseme, mbona mnajenga hizi vitu zote? But once now everyone is comfortable, it will actually make sense. Yeah? So this one, tension in schools, they're saying a wave of disturbance sweeping across the country, leading to the deaths of 16 students in a Gilgil school fire, has forced the premature closure of institutions. Authorities blame exam anxiety, unruly students, unresolved grievances, high-handed managers, and copycats. Copycat cases among reasons for the riots.
No. That is the same story. Somebody threw in, it's a girls' school. Yeah. What you're seeing is devil worship, lesbianism. No. You are looking at a symptom and referring to it as the problem. It is not the problem.
Yeah.
It is not the problem. The ecosystem within which these children now exist, it forces a trigger. It looks like we don't really want to address this issue.
Nationwide inspection of schools to review safety measures, overcrowding, and foster dialogue between students and teachers to avert conflict.
Bollocks.
Kwa nini city? Sasa si hapa ndio shida.
Bollocks.
Conversations, dialogue, bollocks. Intergenerational conversations.
Bollocks.
Nationwide inspection of schools to review safety measures,
bollocks,
overcrowding, and foster dialogue between students and teachers, and they should add parents there, to avert conflict.
Bollocks. Why are we talking about this now? Because a situation has arisen.
Oh, so your problem is that we are reactionary.
No. Yeah. Reactive. Reactionary means when you move to a status quo.
Okay.
You are reactive. You are reacting to this thing.
Yes.
There is an entire department in the Ministry of Education that's supposed to deal with these things, Paul.
Okay.
Yes. They're supposed to deal with this thing periodically, not when there's a disaster.
Oh, the department is called?
It's the Inspectorate.
Okay.
Wanaangalia learning. Kuna watu whose job is to ensure that the schools, like these boarding schools, are adhering to the standards that have been set by the ministry. One, for the learning facility in terms of the classes, if it is lab facilities,
yes.
If it is the dormitory, the beds, the spacing,
yes.
Whether it is a double decker, all these things, whether you have a locker, this is something they do periodically, and schools are licensed. When they are licensed, it means they have met this criteria.
Right.
And you continuously go there to ensure that has been maintained. Not now. It's in the papers that you're going to do this thing. This thing which you're supposed to do regularly, suddenly it's become the thing that you want to do. No.
So they're saying court allows detention for 21 days of 9 students blamed for the Utimishi school fire that killed 16 girls to allow detectives complete investigations. We have 3 minutes? We can have this conversation. Duale says protests won't derail US Ebola deal. Under fire from MPs, Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale said the government will continue establishing a US-backed Ebola quarantine facility at Laikipia Air Base because it's meant to protect lives. But clearly these lives do not want to be protected. Why are you forcing them to be protected?
No, the lives want to be protected.
No, I'm trying to tell him, because he's saying that they will continue regardless because it's meant to protect lives. These lives that he wants to protect, they're saying, Bana, we don't want that one. If that is what is going to protect us, then let us die, for lack of a better word.
The mandate. This man went and quoted sections of the Constitution, blah, 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 blah. Did not touch on what it is that the Constitution says regarding public participation and why it is mandatory.
Yes.
Okay? You see, Paul, this is a matter that could have been handled sensitively, gently, over time. Now, we have a bull in a china shop approach to this matter, where, like a blunt instrument, mpende, msipende. Now, are you not fostering resistance? There was no need for such statements. There was no need to bring, because you bring it to a head, and now it will come to a head. A situation that requires serious protest has now been generated. This was something that is just explained. There are enough experts at the Kenya Medical Research Institute who could have broken this thing down so that it is understood. So when you're protesting, you know what you're protesting about.
And you know, there are very many ways to connect to an audience, by the way. Even call their leaders. Opposition leaders, government leaders, whatever yake pali pamoja waambie, guys, you need to go and tell your constituents that this thing is actually beneficial to them in this and this and this way. Call the church. We have bishops, we have pastors. Call the imams, the sheikhs, and all those people that, you know, the clerics.
You have actually understood it. That is public participation.
Yes, tell them on Friday when you're at the mosque, let your people know the reason why we are doing this is because of this. On Saturday, watu wa Sabbath, mkiwa kanisani, ebu ambieni watu wenu, because there seems to be some confusion on this one. And by the way, guess what? All these folks have got medical practitioners within their ranks. Bishops have got doctors within their ranks. People who understand medicine, people who understand quarantine, isolation, people who understand epidemics, epidemiology and pandemics and all those things. Ita watu waongeleshe and tell them, look guys, there's clearly some misconception out there. This is what we are doing.
Paul, Cambridge has 14 centers. One of the centers deals with viruses. Center for Virological Research. That's what they deal with, yes. Viruses.
Yeah.
Sasa, in that ministry kuna hiyo kitu. So ite watu ambao wanafanya kazi hapo kueleza hizi vitu ziko.
Yunasema, serikali is not short of people to come, call and have a conversation with.
No.
KPMDU, akina Bimji Davia Tela.
Yes.
And then yuko mueleze. So they can talk to their unions.
Yes.
Akina Seth Panyako, waonge na nurses.
Yes.
And the very many other people I'm forgetting.
Yes.
Why are they making this thing difficult?
Me. I've come to one conclusion.
Yeah.
President William Ruto has the people who actually are against him are the people who work with him.
Kikulacho kinguoni mwako.
Yes, because if there are people who either through their utterances are constantly saying things which create ire among the citizenry, how are they helping the president?
They're not.
And are they really your supporters?
No, they're not.
Or are they people who are working towards your own downfall?
But Roger City pia kuna mtu anakuambianga we tulia, I got this. We tulia.
Ndio hao.
Ndadili na
hao I got this ndio wako wengi. Na hakuna kitu amegat. Now
hakuna kitu amegat.
Hakuna.
Tuingie kwa news kidogo, but this is really sad.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kuppet says the Minister of Education should take responsibility for the school fire that killed 16 students at Utumishi Girls Academy. The teachers' union claims the ministry allowed the administration and transfer of more students than the school could accommodate, leading to congestion in the dormitory. Kuppet officials who toured the school on Wednesday defended teachers against blame and said there was no indication that anyone planned to set the dormitory on fire.
Everybody's asking why were beds on the corridors? But now we are able to reveal as a union that the school had a capacity of only 200 grade 10 students. But the ministry gave them 400 students. That school is also sponsored by the Kenya Police Service and were given 81 students. So the entrance is 481 to 500. There's a problem with the Ministry of Education.
There is no need for public participation in the rollout of Ebola preparedness measures, says Health CS Eden Dwale. Speaking in Parliament, Dwale said the government is acting under the Public Health Act to prevent and contain any possible Ebola outbreak. He said measures such as quarantine and isolation centers, including one at Laikipia Air Base, are necessary for a rapid response and do not require public consultation.
And Honorable Speaker, under the Public Health Act, we don't need to do public participation. We are not going to consult citizens. Even members of parliament here, when they fall sick, they rush to their doctor to make sure they get the best treatment. So this epidemic does not require any consultation. Tomorrow, God forbid, if Ebola is found in this country, this house will call me back here to this chair to ask me why are Kenyans dying.
Energy CS Opio Wandai says Kenyans will continue paying current electricity rates after the government withdrew KPLC's application to review power tariffs. Wandai says the move is meant to protect consumers from higher costs and support economic growth. He also assured the public and the electricity supply. He also assured the public that the electricity supply and services will not be affected by the decision.
The retail electricity tariff review application that was submitted on the 31st of March this year by KPLC on behalf of the sector has been withdrawn. Now, this decision reflects the need to buttress a sustainable energy sector while protecting households, businesses, and industries from possible cost escalation.
The United Alternative Government says it will field one candidate in the upcoming Ol-Kalou parliamentary by-election. The coalition says the decision was reached after consultations among its members' parties to boost unity and improve its chances of winning the seat. In a statement, the group described the by-election as an important test of democracy and said a united approach was necessary. The U.S. House of Representatives passed a measure that seeks to halt President Donald Trump from taking further military action in Iran. The 215-208 vote was successful after 4 Republicans joined Democrats in a rare public show of disapproval of the war, which began in February. This is the 4th attempt by the House to rein in Trump's war powers, which critics say lack congressional approval. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? Wacha nione kama kuna watu baadhi wametusalimia hapa. Tulikuwa tukiongea tumekasirika hapa na city. We even forgot to give people salams. Here we go. So I shall start with Kagema Mudhami. Morning, gents. Duale is a power-drunk, loose-mouthed character. His utterances are pride and ego-driven. Even in his past position, he spoke rubbish too. Okay. Sijui nianze kuangalia hizi vitu before nisome zote. I might commit treason.
No, it's not your view, bro.
Majok anasema good morning CT and Mbuvi. Well, good morning to you too, Majok. Collins Oyara amesema I am of the opinion that the government is deliberately blowing out this issue of Ebola so that where is it? Oh yeah, blowing out this issue of Ebola so that Kenyans don't remember other matters but keep on discussing the matter of Ebola. That is also very probable. Possible. Die Interactive anasema Grand Rising City Muga and Movie Kilifi is listening. Paul Namai anasema it's truly sad and concerning that most government officials in Kenya from CSs to principal secretaries carry themselves with so much arrogance as if what? As if they know it all. Aya. Restitute Mutuka amesema good morning Mwalimu Muga, you can still sing very well. You remember you would ask us to sing any song during poetry, then you'll ask us questions. You are one of the coolest teachers. My take anasema maandamano za siku hizi hubamba mafala. You can't have a country where everybody just wakes up and decides tomorrow is maandamano. Okay. JB Mutua, good morning City and Movie, wishing you a wonderful day. This Ebola discussion cannot end because no one wants to take ownership and just accept they dropped the ball. And then we have Vacha Niangalie mwenye sijasalimia. Danson Kenya saying good morning City and Movie. City and Movie, the V's and the PS education should have been fired and on the dock by now. I'm assuming you're saying CSs and the PSs.
I couldn't agree with him more.
Douglas Kibogong amesema Enna, don't allow conspiracy theories. Which conspiracy theory? Martin anasema the problem with quarantine was the comments by Rubio. And City, have you had someone I've had someone don't know path is 5 hours ahead. Okay, now we know. John Gugi amesema Ebola will not even come from America Ebola Center, it will come from our borders. Anyone opposing the center is just brainless and shallow.
Do you know how many vehicles, lorries, pass through our borders with Uganda on a daily basis?
How many?
3,500.
3,500
daily. Now,
daily.
Take the view that every lorry iko na watu wawili. Those are 7,000 people daily. So niambie.
Yeah.
And the Ebola outbreak right now is in DRC and Uganda.
Yes.
So niambie.
Okay.
You know, what I want to say is it's still early in the morning. We need to be a little cheerful. we need to look at more pleasant things in life.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So in studio, ladies and gentlemen, we do have our guest, and we want to talk about schools unrest, what we need to know, and this is from a student leader perspective. Now, Neema Mutemi is here with us. She is a National Organizing Secretary, People's Liberation Party. Neema, good morning.
Good morning.
Uliingia siasa lini na ukaingia kwanza kwa chama?
Kwanza clarification. I was a student leader 20 years ago.
I remember.
Just for clarity.
We were in the same institution.
In case your audience was waiting for a student leader right now. Wanafanya exams. So today I'm hopeful. I hope to represent them well.
Yes.
Bringing my experience from that far back. Sasa unaniuliza niliingia siasa lini, and you're acknowledging I was your student leader, so
let me rephrase.
Answer yourself.
Let me rephrase. Uliingia national politics lini? Because the last time you were here, you were not. This was not
as
the
title. As a student leader, she was already in national politics.
Thank you, City.
Because the university.
City, unatakanga tu kunisumbua hapa kwa hiyo.
That's a general idea.
Umehijack swali yangu, but anyway.
No, there is no university ya umma which is not national.
Ni kweli.
Kila mwananchi wa Kenya,
even the private ones.
No, nimeanza na hiyo tu.
Okay.
Nimeanza na hiyo.
Sawa.
Ili tuelewe nyinyi mahali mlikuwa mnasoma ilikuwa ni ya serikali. Si ni kweli? Ndio hiyo. So she was already in national politics. Okay? Lakini hiyo branch inaitwa student politics. But it's national.
Sasa hii ingine sasa ameingia national, sasa ya national. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Hii ni national, ile sasa national. Yani ni Kenya wide.
Ile ya kishua.
Yeah.
Movies uniambia tu congratulations, I have a new title.
Congrats. National Organizing Secretary. Okay, good stuff. PLP it is, right?
Yes,
All
People's
right.
Liberation Party,
When did
formerly
you
known as NAC Kenya.
Yes. When did you join PLP?
I joined PLP last year.
Okay. Congrats.
Thank you.
On this position.
Thank
you. What is PLP's ideological, or rather ideology as far as politics is concerned?
We are a social liberal
Party.
democratic party. That's why you'll always see us talking out when it comes to human rights issues.
Yeah.
So our basic belief is that you cannot have a democracy if you're violating the basic rule of law. So tunaanza hapo, and then we go into deepening democracy, which is related to the topic we'll be discussing today.
Yeah.
Democracy in schools and universities.
Right.
Yeah.
According to you, what do you, because we were actually, just before we went into that news break, that was one of the last stories we were discussing, and it's on this schools unrest. What do you think could be causing these particular issues? Because one school, fine. Several, now that's another question.
So mine is not even a thought. This has become my life purpose. So that my student leadership in KU actually changed the course of my life, because I was the youngest ever elected Secretary General. If you remember, I contested when, I think at the end of first year, so I served in second year.
Yes.
And I went for a top position, which, if it was according to today's constitution, they actually they banned younger students from going for top positions.
Why?
Now that's one of the things we can discuss. So after we served our term to 2007, actually it was it 2007, 2008, because it was just around the post-election violence as well. We handed over to a new student government, and there was a very bad strike, one of the worst strikes KU has ever had. And one of the things that altered my life, students were paid to come and ban Grace Mutemi and Martin Luther. To ban us.
That time you were the vice president.
We had already retired. So I was a normal student, but I still had privileges, special accommodation I was the only one.
You were enjoying your retirement benefits.
But I was still a young student, so I still had 2 more years of campus after serving. Yeah.
Okay.
So and it was basically, and I'm giving this personal story. I don't think I've ever even shared it in public, although a lot of my close friends know. It wasn't what we had done. The grievance themselves stopped mattering. It was the infrastructure that makes it possible for that scale of violence within school. I remember when my friends started calling me, they're like, hey, Kilimambogo, there's this plot, these rooms are discussing, up and your baklava zimedelivariwa. Like, we had serious intel.
Why did they want to ban you?
As students, wait, we'll come to that.
Okay.
As students. But then the first thing I do, because now, I was sitting in the council senate, so I call the director of security and I'm like, I'm being told like there's a serious threat to my life. So, can you verify? Usijali, like there's absolutely, that can never happen. We have everything under control. In fact, GSU is already aware, So the risk perception by the student body and the risk perception by the institution have always been very different.
Okay.
I know we're talking about university, but it's not different with secondary schools.
Okay.
I want to bring you to the Education Act of 2013. It was a government-sponsored bill. It was presented by Uhuru Kenyatta 3 months before he was elected president, and it came into effect by, was it March? I was reading like it was passed in January, and by March it was already in full effect. That act is very, very consequential to what is happening today.
Okay.
Number one, there's this tendency of Parliament passing very consequential laws just around the election period, and this is where we are headed now with the elections next year. So public participation, was not done properly. Although I'll give credit to the stakeholders in the education sector, because a lot of voices actually raised concerns. Now, the spirit behind the Education Act, it's actually the Basic Education Act. Sorry, I need to be very specific, because we have several acts that govern education. So the Basic Education Act, number 14 of 2013, it was sponsored by government, as I said. It was date of assent 14th January 2013, date of commencement 25th January 2013, and we went to elections in
I think it was in April.
March.
March, yes.
March, yeah. So there's, in my opinion, there are three basic clauses in that act that have facilitated the I want to call it prolification of school indiscipline, arson, and criminal acts within schools, primary, secondary schools.
All right.
Now,
All right.
Number one is clause 35. Pupils shall be so actually the subheading of that section, because it has three parts: basic education incentives and prohibiting of holding back and expulsion. Right?
Okay, holding back and expulsion.
Yes.
All right. So
pupils shall be given appropriate incentives to learn and complete basic education. Very good, right? No pupil admitted in a school subject to subsection 3 shall be held back in any class or expelled from school.
So that means hakuna kurepeat darasa.
Hakuna kurepeat, and you can't expel a student.
Okay.
Subject to subsection 1, the cabinet secretary may take regulations to prescribe expulsion or the discipline of delinquent pupil from whom all other corrective measures have been exhausted, and only after such child and parent or guardian have been afforded an opportunity of being heard, provided that such a pupil shall be admitted to an institution that focuses on correction in the context of education. Kwa hivyo, nikichoma shule sahi, wezi ni expel. You have to get express permission from the CS. Yeah, so we'll talk about the jailing later.
No, because those. But have you read all three?
I've read the three for that for section 35.
They sound fairly fair.
They sound fair until you actually put yourself in there.
Is it really fair?
Because
huyu ni mwalimu, so actually he's seeing the problem in that. Yeah, they sound fair because this was the first substantive act after the 2010 constitution. So the spirit of updating those laws was to make sure that the rights that we had updated in the new constitution were actually updated and operationalized in different sections. Yeah. Okay. So children have rights. We remove corporal punishment. All that. In 2001 or thereabout, there was a policy that banned caning in schools, but it hadn't been anchored strongly in law. So this was actually correcting that.
Okay.
But I feel like it overreached. And now I'm not talking as a human rights activist. I'm talking as a parent and someone who has worked in the education sector for very long. Because I've been called, by virtue of, my master's, where I studied student. Actually, the title of my master's is Why Kenyan Students Rebel. So by virtue of the research I did, I've been called to very many schools in the aftermath of unrest and protest, just to consult on what they can do. So when you actually sit with the teachers, you realize that their hands have sort of been tied. Now, if you move to section 36, prohibition against physical punishment and mental harassment of the child. I have a problem with even just bundling two things together. Mental harassment and physical punishment, because those are two very different things. Yeah.
Yes.
So what they did was a blanket ban on all previously known forms of punishment. In St. George's Secondary School, we were never caned. I think only one teacher caned us once, and she got transferred. I don't think it was related, but in the time I was there, we were never caned. But there were forms of punishment. You would scrub a corridor from one corner to the other by yourself as a form of punishment. I was a cop. I was a prefect. So I also used to administer punishment. Now, the serious forms of punishment we used to administer as prefects today are illegal. You cannot issue those in the same school that I attended.
Like what, for instance?
Like pulling up tree stumps. Like
it's illegal.
Yes.
Niling'oa tatu mimi nikiwa patch.
Exactly.
So where does the illegality come in?
Because it is described in our law as physical punishment and mental harassment. Another form of punishment was withholding the privilege of going to for midterm.
As a prefect, you would do that?
No. As a prefect, you would recommend, but it's a school that would do that.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So now, even the school is not allowed to withhold you from midterm because that will cause a lot of mental.
Wait a moment.
But why would they do that?
That's what I'm wondering. I mean,
I need to go home.
Wait. Hey, things change from the time nilikuwa nafundisha mazee vitu vimebadilika vingi. I don't understand this uprooting a tree stump, mental anguish.
No, that one is physical punishment.
Yes.
And it can also
you know how difficult it is.
How?
Do you know how difficult it is to uproot a tree stump?
By the way, it's supposed to be difficult.
Na uko peke yako.
Oh, that's the whole point.
Okay, let me explain it, and I'm reading directly from the actor. So, part 1. No pupil shall be subjected to torture and cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment in any manner, whether physical or psychological. Or punishment in any manner. Hakuna pano.
All right. This is where now the contradiction comes in. Huh? You have this delightful law, and then you go and herd students in a dorm as though you're packing sardines. Okay? It is dehumanizing, it is degrading, there is no sense of propriety, meaning dignity is completely wiped out just where they're dwelling. You come to the classroom, you talk about basic act. We've got free education. Suddenly, a class that was designed to have 40 students now has 80. Okay? You are more or less having to walk over desks to get to where it is you're supposed to sit. That is where the indignity is. You built a school with ablution facilities for 200 students. You now have 800. How exactly do you imagine this is going to? The school had a compound that was meant to also provide as a playground.
Recreation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some creative government official has carved off some 2 acres to go and build a block of flats. Then some Ministry of Education, clever whatnot, has decided to appropriate another 2 acres to start another school. Now, you tell me, these 800 students, where exactly are they going to even just go for a walk? And then you want to focus this issue of dignity on how it is you correct students. No. You've already introduced indignity. Exactly. You've already brought in the catalyst where this very thing you're talking about is actually going to be on the increase. It's not going to decline.
And now I want to give you the other side of
the
it.
flip side.
When we look at Utumishi Girls Academy, 8 girls or 7 or I'm seeing 9 are in court, right? Let's call it 8 because that was the original number we were given. 8 girls out of 800 in our school. That's 1%, right? 1% of the.
It is
students.
1%.
792. What makes it that 792 students that had nothing to do with starting a fire feel so helpless that even with prior information that school might ban, the only thing they think they can do is sleep and wait to burn in a dormitory fire. There's a lot of there's a lot of dysfunction and a very broken system that leads children to that point. And I want to go back to the punishment part. You know, this classmate of yours has brought matchsticks. They are talking to their friends about banning school. You report them. The teachers are limited in how they can actually discipline these kids, even as they know they're dangerous. We've got drugs. We've actually even have sex trafficking in schools, like literally pimps, girls calling and saying, oh, this chick, you know, she can do this and this, recruiting, lying to your friends that you're going for a birthday party, and you actually go and get paid to deliver them to older men. Even with that knowledge, the school cannot expel those children.
What?
Yes. Now, look at the flip side. These 792, what are they learning when they see that there's no consequence for the others that are breaking the rules in school? So what we have done is, yes, we had a good law. It was addressing a bad situation. But what we have lacked since 2013, we actually have an amendment bill in Parliament right now. But it's addressing something completely different. It's addressing alternative schools system and education, which also this bill sort of over-regulated or out-regulated, it was sponsored by the MP for Mathare North. What we don't have is substantive corrections. And the KUPPET, NAT, parents associations have all raised these concerns. Churches, religious institutions have also, raised a lot of concerns, because right now what we have is a law that is impossible to execute without consequences. We have the CS cannot be the one approving every expulsion in every school in Kenya. Every single case of expulsion.
What I'm marveling at, how on earth did that law even pass?
Exactly, because it was passed 3 months before elections.
It one of these omnibus?
Everybody was ready.
One of these omnibus where what is being presented is one thing, but there are very many other laws that have been bunched together.
Yes.
So you think you're passing one thing, but there are very many others you have no clue you're passing. But you just say, okay, to watch it, we end it.
It's like a bus that is coming with the bride and groom, but there are thugs inside there. So you're told, ndio bus inakuja na groom.
Yeah, but now, let me speak as a politician. That's not an excuse. The public can get away with that we didn't know what was being passed, but MPs cannot. And this is a government-sponsored bill. Before a law is assented to or passed, we have an office called the Office of the Attorney General that is supposed to undertake, what do they call it? An impact audit or an impact assessment. Which is a very comprehensive process of looking at the implications of any change, any introduction of any law, right? And they're supposed to actually advise the government on cause corrective measures. I wonder, and maybe this is time to actually make all those reports public from the Office of the Attorney General, so that we know, even when the government refuses to heed to the Attorney General's advice, what the other stakeholders can do. We've got opposition in Parliament. So we have
which opposition?
Well, let's talk from 2013. Tulikuwa na opposition, sindio? No.
Sawa.
I understand.
So,
because we have opposition MPs in Parliament, if they actually had some insights into some of this, which they also need to have done their homework. By the time government is sponsoring a bill, the shadow cabinets or the departments of the other parties need to really scrutinize. What we've had for a very long time is very lazy representation in Parliament, and now in Senate, which is supposed to be the one that has been leading. If we indeed have an Ebola problem, the two loudest voices we should be hearing right now are Senate and COG, because health is devolved. So tukona bad manners yenye it has caused us to lose children. And let me now I don't want to be an alarmist, but let me sound an alarm. What we are seeing is just the tip of an iceberg. When I was doing my when I was doing my masters, because I had to be here literally looking at all cases of student unrest. I hadn't wanted to include secondary schools, but I had to, because in 2016, which is when I was doing my research, 138 schools banned within 15 weeks alone. 15 weeks. Utumishi just started a trend. How many schools have been shut since Utumishi? At least 5 that I know of, including changes, you know. And it's usually like a competition, you know.
What's the competition?
Who's going to make a bigger impact?
Yes.
Who's going to
among the
ban?
students?
Did you hear, you know, the accounts from Lenana School? You know, beating of the head teacher himself, you know, smashing
the students attacked their principal.
Their principals. Beating of teachers and smashing their teachers' property, cars. You know, like, it's literal aggression. Not that they are not aware that their counterparts are in court facing murder charges. You know, so we have to go back and start correcting the preventive measures we have. Now, I talked about the 792 who didn't ban the school. How are we protecting those kids? Again, let me use Lenana because it was a very dramatic, you know, I think it was Diana Bahati and the son talking about how they've shut the school. Read the comments from parents. Oh, Diana, don't do this. You're exposing your child. Now they will be victims of bullying.
He's going to be a target.
So our attitude as parents and as the general population of Kenya is to encourage our law-abiding children to not speak up when they see something is wrong.
Yes.
Instead of shouting at these ones who have broken the law. The one to be scared is the one who has not done anything wrong and is actually pointing out. Whistleblowers, you know, the ones who report this child who can't be expelled. How do I live in that school?
Kenyans were telling Diana, it's okay to get this information, just not in front of
We don't want to even get this information, like, because from your child. You understand?
Kenyans were angry the fact that it was on camera exposing the child.
But why?
No.
Why
That's
why
not,
do you see threat?
That's not why they were protesting. That particular expose shone a light on them and the things that they have contributed to in making the situation what it is. When people protest that loudly, it is not what they're saying.
But you see, City, if this child comes out and says that this is what happened, even gives details, says it was City who was the first person out of the gate.
He didn't even give that level of detail. He was literally describing,
the situation.
I helped a boy. I saw a boy falling and breaking his spine. This, you know, he was literally describing. He did not mention any names. He did not. He did not even give that much of
Is
detail.
there an assumption that this particular mother does not know how to bring up their child? Why are other people complaining about someone else's child who has decided to be responsible and to state this is what happened, this is
In
what
the
I saw?
aftermath, within the same week,
Yes.
16 kids have died. And what you're worried about is that this boy shouldn't say these things. We have
On camera.
enabled bullying.
On camera.
Yes, but
Let
who
him
will
say
believe if he
off
doesn't?
camera.
But who will believe him if a student? You know, if there's also I forget her name, but there's also a student from Utumishi who actually came and said these girls were laughing.
Oh,
These
9 girls.
Yes, that these girls were laughing as we were trying to rescue the others. One was crying because her clothes had been burnt and we were here looking for our friends, and she was saying that we can't afford to just I don't want to hear that these girls are only going to get 5 years. So it makes a difference when you hear it from the children themselves. So I'm happy that, you know, Dan and
he's called Morgan
Bahati came out, because that also explains, and again, going back to, you know, school prefects. I think he's a school prefect because he was talking about how school prefects had gone on a trip that day, therefore leaving a gap for rampage in the school. What have we made prefects? You know, prefects are not supposed to be law enforcement officers in school. The fact that the absence of a prefect who is also a child, can make the school ungovernable is already a problem, because you're setting up these kids.
But Grace, it's not the absence that made the school ungovernable. No. These are coincidences that have found space at a crossroad. That can't be the first time prefects have gone on a trip. It so happens that at this particular point in time, you have the Utumishi issue, okay? There's a certain atmosphere that exists. So their absence provides an opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay?
But it's also, I think, a little deeper and going back to, we have such a, you talked about the population issue in schools, right? And I get really offended when I watch parliament and, you know, majority leader is telling us, parents, let's talk to our children, and I'm like, look at you. Majority leader, before you talk, you need to literally go to house business, look at what is pending. We have a finance bill coming up this month.
Yes.
Look at what we are doing in education. Do you know how many? We have a Wangai report. We've got, you know, another report that came out in 2016 that has so many recommendations. Look at them and see whether we've ever funded them from that budget before you come and tell parents to talk to their children. Because if you are, this same act also makes it compulsory for every child to be in compulsory primary and secondary education. Schools were forced. If you're an alumni who is active, my friend, tumechanga pesa, tumejenga dorms, we've literally contributed a function that is supposed to be national government. How do you mandate schools to take in students and then you do not make it possible? And then you go and leave it to CDF to construct all manner of classrooms, some which can't even pass a fire inspection, you know, can't get a fire safety certificate. So we've compounded the problem with so many years of inaction and bad governance that by the time you're leaving it to school prefects that all they're doing is deferring an eruption, right? So and then again, these prefects shouldn't be fearing for their lives because they are prefects. We need to start addressing the culture. I think the parents are not, you know, completely absolved, but
completely absolved. They are the center of the problem.
And it's this my age mates that wanted to ban me in KU. They are now the parents of the Utumishi Academy. So if you are ready to lynch Grace Mutemi because allegedly Mugenda gave her Oxford, and I sold you guys on the platter of Oxford University, which I've never attended till today, and Luther was bought for a farm. It's usually propaganda.
Luther is Martin Luther. Luther was the president at the time.
Yes,
right?
he was the president. Okay. So you come to lynch Grace Mutemi and Martin Luther because the institution is constantly using.
Grace, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
What is it about us that predisposes us to listening to the wildest possible narrative? Yani, it is so wild. you even wonder how and somebody responds to it as though it's an absolute truth, and they are willing to act on it
and fund it. In the KU strike, there's actually a very detailed report that even implicates members of parliament for funding that strike. Members of parliament.
Oh, that one I believe, because
based on the same lies.
University elections stopped being a university students' affair. Political parties get involved.
Oh yeah, they do.
When you have the Sufuria revolution, okay, and while people are wearing sufurias on their head and marching, others are breaking into shops and literally cleaning everything in that shop. Okay? There's an Uber driver. I'm a man who takes Ubers on a daily basis. I find them useful and informative. This man and his family were displaced in 2008 from the Rift Valley. He came to Nairobi and settled. He had a hardware shop which he had set up through a lot of sweat. But among the things he did was an Uber driver. They cleaned his shop. Cleaned. So I was wondering now, it's a hardware shop. Okay, you've cleaned this thing. Now, this is a mwananchi. So this guy has been disadvantaged twice in his life. But where am I going with this? You know, these young people see these adults doing these things.
Yeah.
All this stone throwing, and they watch. Now, in their own sphere,
Thank you.
what do you think they're going to do? They're going to imitate exactly what you do.
Thank you very much. Now, Siti, let's transition to what can be done. This is the same act that made students from, I think, NASA, ECD is devolved. So
Yes, but
it makes from basically baby class all the way to Form 4. They have a school president, they have a class president. They also have a lot of representation.
Yeah.
So right now, as we are experiencing Utumishi, there is a lot of democracy in the schools, which is mandated by law. Now, that's another very big problem. If you're going to give students, whether at a university or even in the lower levels, the semblance of representation, you better make it work, or you create a new grievance mechanism. So we don't have grievance mechanisms that are functional. So number one, when you're doing
who elects these representatives?
the students.
Precisely. Now,
Have you seen Tenri, the trending
That's a school.
the trending school? It looks very good that students are able to articulate that. But if you dissect it, you get this it's problematic. Number one, the themes that are coming out, right? And number two, when you realize students are not supposed to be on TikTok, this is a school management that is posting elections. So in a way, Tenri looks like a good
private school?
It's a private school.
the advertising.
Even if they're advertising, but I do hope that Tenri will actually listen to those representations after the elections, because there's this tendency, KU, University of Nairobi, even Utumishi. Yes, we have students representatives, we had elections, and students have officials, and it ends there. That's the extent to which you are willing to involve students
do they have a parliament?
in governance.
Do they have a parliament?
In schools, I don't know whether they call them parliaments,
Do
but
they
do.
do they have an opportunity to dialogue with the teachers and the administration?
The opportunity has to be
All
there
right.
by law.
So,
but is it effective?
now, are these elected leaders the same as prefects?
So in some of the schools I know, yes. So the prefects are not appointed by administration like we used to be. Now they are fully elected, and that's what the administration says. Yeah, and I sit on some school boards, by the way. So the problem is in how do we actually make them effective? So if I'm the representative of my class and I am presenting the grievances of my class to the school management, PTA or whatever, or even just the school that and I'll use Lenana School. Maybe it's because I used to go there for a lot of funkies, but for Lenana School, it's they had a specific artist they wanted for Marunde, and they had a quality. There's an amount of money that I think they were contributing, so they had a set expectation of standards of what was happening.
It's called Hakiao.
Exactly.
Was it BN?
So now that the artist is not available and they have been given another artist, upon your kunashida, how when changes are being made, transitions are being introduced by administrations, how well do you break down that communication to students?
Grace, the reason why this discussion is important, everything you've discussed mirrors how the government of this country functions with its
Exactly.
citizens. And our children mirror what we do here.
Exactly.
We are their biggest influence. It didn't start today.
Yeah.
Just think back to the days when you were in secondary school. You would find somebody, because of his activities, being mirrored by a certain prominent politician. Somebody is a good debater in the debating club. He gets a nickname of some politician who is known.
Tunamuita Sifuna.
No, exactly. There'll be a Sifuna.
I was also nicknamed Mathakarua before I ended up in her.
You've understood it perfectly. So the influence that we have on these children, one, it's undeniable.
Yes.
But they will mirror our worst possible habits.
Thank you. And they will not listen to what we are saying.
No,
they will
no.
observe our actions.
Can I read a comment here from one of our viewers?
Please.
Kagiri anasema schools not being able to expel students is not why there is unrest. There is underlying standards of living and quality issues in boarding schools. Did you find that in any of your research that you
definitely.
did?
Definitely, because the grievance, now when you look at the actual grievances, they are legitimate. You know, the quality of food that you were providing, if you were built to accommodate 400 students, is going to be different when you have 1,200. You know, the dormitories, you know, we used to have houses, you know, and shout out to my alumni. We've actually gone back and tried to really do a lot in St. George's, yeah? So you realize even small things that used to, it was unheard of for us to ban the school. Why? Because there was a sense of pride and ownership of that school. If you're to ban something, you'll ban something that is you can't ban the bus,
something that isn't relevant to you.
So, something that you don't feel like is part of you.
Ban the bush like Moses.
We had a culture. We had houses, you know, and the dorm belonged to the house. You saw even this one, you know, but this one was actually named after the daughter of, you know, the founder of the academy. But there was a sense of involvement, even though ours wasn't anchored in law. It was actually very participatory, because even outside of prefects, we had leaders in societies and houses that had a lot more influence. So even as prefects, we actually had to do negotiations with the real power wielders of the school. So that collective sense of ownership brought in, and then now the teachers
Grace,
also were allied to some houses.
Did you enjoy going to school? Secondary school?
50-50.
50? No, 50-50 is actually good.
Yes.
It was a boarding school.
It was a boarding school.
Exactly.
And I've boarded since class 4.
You see, listen to how she's talking about her school. It's clearly, it wasn't a traumatic experience. So the question is, that same school is not what she left.
No, there were elements of trauma, and I'm not afraid to talk about them.
No.
There were elements of trauma, and that's actually why I thought I should speak up on this issue.
Tell us about the trauma.
The trauma is prefects are hated.
Why?
Prefects are hated in St. George's. You'll forgive me today, because in my school, when you became a prefect, there's a hymn in Golden Bells. Courage, brother, do not stumble. Trust in God and do the right. They used to sing. There's a verse there.
Bells, that's the one you guys chose.
There's a verse there. That was the only song that was sung when prefects were announced. And there's a verse that says, some will love you, some will hate you.
Who announced the prefects?
The principal. It's
an assembly. It's the administration who chose the prefects.
They used to say it was blended. You know, there was a nomination process, but
who
eventually it was the principal, right? So when you became a prefect, you became enemy number one. People who you've been friends with, some you even went to primary school with, your best friends, stop talking to you. Why? So there's an element of we have a culture in Kenya where the good person is not the celebrated one. The celebrity is the rogue leader. The celebrity is the goon. The celebrity is the lawbreaker who keeps getting away with it. And guess what? Come national elections, they get promoted from student leader to national leader with no consequence.
Why do you think that is so?
Because we have a system of parents, institutions that doesn't want to confront the truth. And even the law. The truth is we actually are not a rule-based country anymore.
When were we a rule-based country?
We are not a rule-based country, and we really need to wake up and smell the coffee, because this generation, do you know how,
Grace,
in comparison,
we actually are a rule-based society. If we were not, there'd be no courts, there'd be no calling for people to be taken to jail, there would be no. What you see is a culture that's evolved over time, where it's like an aspiration to disregard the law.
To impunity.
Yes, now, spot on.
Aspiration to impunity.
And where exactly do we get that inspiration from? The very top.
Yeah.
Over time, it has progressed. Our children are now mirroring exactly what it is
What we're doing.
that we do.
I really don't want our time to end before I actually call for some action. Number one, we really need to review the Education Act. We need to give power back, some additional power back to the school management, the school boards. I do not understand the rationale behind the cabinet secretary immediately suspending the school board of management. Yet they are the ones who should have given a report of how we reached here, what they were done. When you disband the board, me Ukinita, and I'm a member of that board, I won't come. I'm not compelled. And yet this is in the critical season where we are supposed to be evaluating how we got there as a school. How does a school not have any water to put out fire? How does a watchman not open the door for neighbors who have come responding to screams and they are not even allowed to come in and help? And yet this is beyond you. So there's a lot of institutional management issues that have to be done. We have county education boards and national education board that I'm not sure what they do.
And we have board of management within the schools.
The board of management, I will absorb them. If a school has opened and closed, that board is working because they are the ones who support the management to run things. And there's usually some form of representation that has parents, that has in my school we have the alumni, a seat for the alumni, we have Ministry of Education represented. So when you actually look at it, we have the infrastructure. So how can things not be working? There's communication constantly going to that ministry. Either they are overwhelmed, no one is actually implementing. Kama CS akona mabarua za please expel the students. How many do you think there are in that office?
No. That is just one issue. That's one. If you have a situation that you are supposed to oversight and you can't manage it, we are free to call you incompetent, because it doesn't matter what hurdles are there. If everything was easy and there were no hurdles to overcome, we would not need a CS, we would not need a PS. Those things would work on their own, but they don't. You have this structure because there is need for people to guide and for people to ensure that these things function. If they don't, we come back to you.
Okay. Number two, can we please go back and put money seriously in education?
But we do put money in education.
No. We need to put money in the serious things.
We do put money in the serious things, Grace.
No. We're not putting in nearly enough money. We're not investing.
Let me be clear.
Yes.
We budget more than enough money for all these things.
Maybe perhaps you can tell us what exactly you mean by the serious things.
Number one, infrastructure. You know, I find it a little cynical when the government knows exactly what you're supposed to have. We have a very good policy for safety, by the way, which is what is being used to penalize utumishi. The private schools and, even the
public
church-owned schools, mission schools are actually held to a much higher standard than the same government holds itself for offering the same service. So if you're going to implement, please, tuanze na shule za serikali, where the government is done picking the tab, building the infrastructure and in charge of the admission of those schools. Can you make sure they also can meet that standard? Yes, Utumishi did not meet even the bed spacing, but how many public schools are meeting those standards? Because what we have is there'll be a statement that will be released to basically allocate blame without comprehensively addressing this. We need to be having a risk assessment report every term. Every single term, because we have the infrastructure at the county and the inspections, so you need to inspect, because last year I could have passed the test, but this year admission records were pushed up. I was forced to take in more students. So you have to be constantly engaging the schools. I sit on a board in Shags that even the toilets. So the government will tell us that the toilets, the toilets are, because they are latrines, they're unsafe for children. But it will take almost 1.5 years to actually get funding to build new latrines.
Really?
That are up to that standard. So the same government that is setting the standards, doing the inspection, must also, link back to the planning process and the budgeting process and allocation of resources. Na tutoe pesa ya education kwa CDF tafadhali. If all that money was consolidated within education and actually allocated well, we have enough money to actually make a lot of these facilities work. If you take just the amount of money that comes from CDF kitties to education, because at some point it's just a management principle. Kama mimi ni MP and I have like even 200 million, I could take that 200 million, take all the schools in my constituency and literally do something substantive, or I could take that to 200 million, take maybe I say 100 million for education and break it down into chunks of 3,000 to give parents to say, I gave impact to a lot more people, which is what is happening right now.
Bless you.
Before I finish, what you're seeing simmering right now, because it's still simmering and it's going to
blow up,
is also simmering in the universities. Elections have just taken place at the university level, and I want to shout out to some very, some 3 amazing student leaders in our in PLP party who are in our university chapter.
Thank you.
You know why? It's Moses. I'll read for you the full names. Because they have tabled a petition in Parliament to amend the university. What is the University Act called again?
Take your time.
The Universities Act of 2016. So this is the amendment of Section 18B that interfered with how elections are done in universities. And we have our dear old Babu Owino partly to thank for this mess. When he was student leader, I'm not ashamed to say that.
Who was the VC then?
Magoha. Those 2 people have landed us in a lot of problems in what we are seeing in universities. And remember the last time I was here, I was defending young people for protesting. Okay, so I will defend young people to people's right to protest legally, because if you shut those avenues for protest and involvement, this is exactly what you get.
Tell us about
this amendment. Yes, this amendment is directly sponsored by Moses Nyaduga, Brian Jumbe, and Mustafa Namasaka. These are KUJ Quat student leaders who want to change the law at the top, because they realized fighting with the universities is not fixing anything. And remember, these are the same universities that have an issue with even the appointment of their own vice chancellors. So there's a mess in our education sector that level.
Can I suggest something, Grace?
So this is already in Parliament.
Yes.
Where it has been accepted by the clerk of the National Assembly, and we are waiting for it to be tabled in the committee, where we can start submitting responses to how this should be done. Specifically, they are challenging the right now you don't do public voting for your student leaders. It's the delegate system. So basically, if I have money, I just buy the delegates.
Essentially,
in the university.
It's a pre-rigged system.
Exactly. So you're actually having, and that's why I say this. We have to thank Babu Owino for breaking democracy from that, because it's one who introduced hooliganism.
By the way, the delegate system is democratic. I'm happy
for him to come and respond to me. And because I'm serious. I'm talking about something I've seen. We cannot have a system that maintains leaders in universities that even the students themselves do not know. How did they get there, and how are they able to stay on in power for so long? And remember, students actually challenged the Magoha Babu Owino issue case, and then now they were blanket covered by the University Amendment Act when that was still being debated.
What I was going to suggest is we're going to ask you to come back next week for a very simple reason. I want you to go and consider the external influences to our education system, with the reference to the CBC, to the reference to the models that was introduced at the university.
That's a big conversation, yeah.
It's necessary, because people assume that is just KICD who go about this business. No. We have the likes of the World Bank, we have UNESCO.
We do.
All these people coming in and influencing this. You think they're just assisting you monetarily, but they more or less insist that certain changes must come about with the assistance that they give you.
The reason I am happy to be in the Liberation Party, the People's Liberation Party, is also because of that. Health, education, food should be 100% funded by Kenyans. If our food, our health, education are the majority of the funding that is going into those three sectors is foreign, we are in problem because we cannot dictate. So our research, if you're not funding our own research, even in education, then it means someone else is calling the shots when it comes to education. So that's another level. Thank you, City.
All right. Grace, thank you so much for making time, for coming and having this conversation. There's so much that I've taken in terms of just going to think about it, because it's not as easy as just students saying tutaki,
No.
ama tunataka hii, ama tuna.
No.
This thing is deep.
All the complaints that you hear the students raising are valid. Literally.
Yes, but this thing is deep.
Oh,
It's
bro.
deep.
It gets to the very heartbeat of this particular society. That's really what it is. What you're seeing in the schools now, the government needs to pay very keen attention, because they are telling you what is coming.
Speaking of the government, we are hosting the government in a short while. The PS, State Department for Cooperatives, Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. The conversation is about cooperatives reforms in Kenya. So do stand by for that. Right now, though, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Suba North Member of Parliament Millie Odhiambo has said Kenyans are increasingly concerned about the perception surrounding proposed Ebola isolation facilities, with fears that they could be used to isolate foreign nationals rather than serve local public health needs. Speaking in the National Assembly on June 3rd, 2026, she asked the Health Ministry to clearly explain the purpose of the centers. She stressed the need to reassure the public that the facilities are meant to protect citizens in the event of an outbreak.
By Rubio from the US, that seems to imply that this facility is for Americans to protect Americans, so that the infected Americans do not touch American soil. And Mr. Speaker,
if you want my opinion.
Yes, it was a very responsible statement. Yes. And all I want to ask Honorable Duale, even though he's throwing back this to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is what is he doing to deal with this issue squarely with America?
A government compensation plan for victims of protest-related violence is taking shape after the Kenya National Commission submitted a detailed register of those affected across the country. The commission says more than 1,800 people, covering both fatalities and injuries from demonstrations since 2024, have been documented and forwarded to the state for possible compensation. Commissioner Marion Mutugi said the government is expected to act on the list without delay. Opposition MPs have come to the defense of former President Uhuru Kenyatta after criticism from the ruling party, saying he should not be blamed for the country's current challenges. They accuse President William Ruto of failing to improve the economy and argued that his administration is shifting attention by attacking his predecessor.
Was reckless, insulting, diversionary, and deeply disappointing. It was not an act of courage. It was an act of panic. It was not a defense of government performance. It was an admission that your administration has run out of explanations for the growing frustrations of the Kenyan people.
Kenyans, Mr. President, did not elect you to write letters to Uhuru Kenyatta. They elected you to lower the cost of living, create jobs, support farmers, improve healthcare, strengthen education.
Persons with disabilities are demanding greater inclusion ahead of the 2027 general election calling for more leadership positions, full implementation of disability laws, and increased economic opportunities. Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura urged political parties to go beyond symbolic appointments and ensure persons with disabilities are actively involved in decision-making and leadership structures.
It is sad to note that since independence, no people with disability has ever been appointed to a cabinet position. At the county level, we demand at least one county executive committee member.
Our journey, our struggle, our quest for recognition must march on with limited resources, with fledgling numbers, but we must have our voice heard loud and clear without fear, favor, or contradiction.
Israel and Lebanon have agreed to the implementation of a ceasefire, the U.S. State Department has announced in a statement. The statement is a contingent of a complete cessation of attacks from the Iran-backed armed group Hezbollah, among other conditions. It comes after Israeli strikes killed at least 9 people in southern Lebanon on Wednesday, and Hezbollah fired rockets into northern Israel, testing a shaky truce initially agreed in April. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The Liverpool defender Ibrahima Konate has opened up about the personal struggles he faced during a difficult season at Anfield, revealing he battled depression following the deaths of close family and teammates. Portugal forward Diogo Jota and his brother Andre Silva died in a car crash last July, while Konate also lost his father Hamadi Konate in January after a long illness. The defender says the tragedies had a major impact on his form and mental well-being during the season. The world tennis number 1 Aryna Sabalenka saw her French Open title hopes collapse after a dramatic quarter-final defeat to Diana Schneider at the French Open. Sabalenka had been in control, leading 6-3, 4-1, but momentum shifted completely as Schneider mounted a stunning comeback. The Russian 25th seed playing in a first Grand Slam quarter-final, 1-3, 6-7, 5-6 love, after taking 12 of the last 13 games in a remarkable turnaround. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi and this is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa and 89.5 in Garissa. Kama kawaida, City Muga awa kwenye studio. And as we wait for our guest for this particular hour to step in, like we were having this conversation earlier on matters education. It has given me a lot to think about, because when I was in school, I never actually thought about these things, because the problems we had then, I realized are not the same problems these kids have now. For example, we had ample space in the dormitories that I slept. It was actually one. In our dormitory, nilikuwa mahali panaitwa Marsabit in
was it a school. Junior dome or was it just?
So there was a junior dome for Form 1s and 2s.
Yes.
Then now when you get to Form 3 and 4, munapelekwa sehemu tofauti.
Yes.
And I had a roommate. He was one of the top students in our class. He was, I think, index 4 or something, I can't remember, but he was top 5 or top 10 at the very least. So he was given a room, and then he was allowed to choose someone to stay with in that particular cube, and he chose me. That room, bana, it was very ample. It had ample space. It had all the what are they called? Kulikuwa na steamer pale, so you could boil your water, you could boil your coffee, you could brew your coffee, you could boil your water for bathing. So watu wengine akioga na maji baridi wakifanya wewe unaoga na maji poa. So long story short, and then even our toilets, because she was talking about ablution blocks huko ushago kwao. Alikuwa anasema latrines. Bro, ours zilikuwanga WC. Yes, kulikuwa na zile za chini, lakini they were still WCs. In the specific dorm that I was in, Marsabit, bwana, we had zile ya kukalia. So we were very comfortable during my entire 4 years.
You were in a national school that had previously been meant for the children of the settlers. So iliundwa fiti. Okay? But even other schools which were either provincial schools or district schools which were boarding,
yes,
believe me, they were good schools.
Hata hii St. George's yao tu. See, I used to visit that school when I was in school, when we used to go for functions. They had very good amenities. We didn't get into the dorms, but I could tell the toilets were top notch.
You see, I have a problem with the way St. George's Girls was built, the way Lavington Girls or Secondary School was built, because it's a compound that belonged to the primary school. So essentially, it's like the space that could have been there to expand the schools because of the expanding population of students was already taken. Why is it that that school could not have been built elsewhere? It's not that we
but they St. George's primary and secondary
yes.
literally get
yes. They were my neighbors for a very long time. 20 years to be precise.
Yeah.
So I'm asking the question because it's not just that. There are very many schools in this country that were within the boundaries, say, of the city.
Yes.
Either their land was appropriated by some smart fellows who were in positions of authority to build flats.
Right.
I think our guest has arrived.
Yes, he has.
So,
and there goes City. All right, so our conversation in this particular hour, like I told you, is cooperative reforms in Kenya. With us is the Principal Secretary, State Department for Cooperatives, Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. That is Patrick Kiburi Kilemi. Good morning, sir. How are you doing? Karibu sana to Radio Generation.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here.
Yes, this ministry of yours is very close to us because it's the one ministry that we've actually had several conversations with. And they're always good conversations, if I may say.
Thank you.
We've hosted your colleague here, and we've had conversations that I believe a lot of has been, cleared that perhaps before was not clear. So we hope to achieve the same with you as well.
In fact, your ministry is at the heartbeat of this country.
Yes, it is.
Because everything that this country can claim to have done has been through what we call movements that were nestled in your ministry.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But before we do, we have a Methali from the country of Seychelles. We'll share with you then. You give us your thoughts on it. All right? City, over to you.
Yes. The Republic of Seychelles is unique in the sense that it is small. And on this continent, it is the smallest country on this continent. The good thing is that it competes with other small countries in the world as among the smallest countries in the world.
Yes.
Now the proverb, he who looks for honey must have the courage to face the bees.
Wow. I a pretty and good proverb, but yes. I'm also glad it's from Seychelles. I happen to have been to Seychelles severally.
Oh, really?
Okay. I actually worked there for quite a bit of time. And the proverb ideally says that you must have the courage. You must have to overcome challenges. And the opportunities really lie beyond the horizon.
Yes.
Opportunities lie beyond what we see as no more ordinary barriers.
Yes.
And when you're talking in reference to our day-to-day lives, in reference to the young people, the many negative talk we hear in this town, you should know that those are barriers. There are huge opportunities.
Yes.
There are infinite opportunities for the people who are patient, for the people who are persistent,
yes,
and for the people who are resilient.
Okay, good. I like it.
Yes.
now that he's mentioned what he has mentioned, kuna ingine imenikumbusha something similar to this one. Mtaka cha mvunguni sharti iname.
Ndivyo.
Si ndivyo sasa?
Yes, ni kweli kabisa.
Mtaka cha mvunguni sharti iname. All right. Cooperatives in Kenya have been there for quite a while, several decades actually. But there's this, I think it is a cooperative bill of 2024. Is it a law now?
It is not a law.
Yes.
It is in the very last steps.
Okay.
And I'm actually it is undergoing through what is called mediation.
Yes.
The Speaker of the Senate has submitted names of teams nominated from the Senate to do mediation with the National Assembly.
Yes.
So we are expecting the Speaker to do the proclamation in Parliament.
Yes.
So that the process can start officially for mediation, which is a 30-day period for members of the National Assembly and members of the Senate to agree on the law, and that's really the very last bit before the presidential assent. But that's the end. But maybe if you allow me, I can give you the background of the bill.
Yes, please.
And why the bill?
Go ahead.
And maybe I can give you an historical perspective.
Sure.
Why cooperatives and what are cooperatives? Cooperatives is a philosophy. It's a philosophy of people coming together for common interest. The cooperative philosophy is anchored on what we call the principles of cooperatives. And there are 7 global principles of cooperatives. Cooperatives are anchored in international, in the United States, in the United Nations, and actually under ILO, because they are ideally under people.
Yes.
And but the history of cooperatives dates back after the Great Wars, of course, and the Great Depression, and people want to find a way of coming together to work to overcome the challenges we are facing then. And the markers are really the Scandinavian countries, Germany, and then it spread all the way to the United States. And popularly they are called solidarity economy, where people come together in solidarity to face their socio-economic challenges.
Right.
In Kenya, our colonizers thought the best way to get the best out of our people was to bring them together, and that's why the first cooperative was formed in this country in 1908 in a place called Lumbwa in Cape Kelion, in current Kericho.
Okay.
It's currently called Kedoa, so that you understand.
1908.
1908, and it was a dairy cooperative, and that dairy cooperative still stands. It's the modern day new KCC.
All right.
Yes.
So it's what we drink daily.
Yes. And KCC for many years was a monopoly and a leader in milk processes.
Right.
But because of the foundations that were laid by KCC in 1908, Kenya is the #1 processor of milk in Africa. There is no country which processes milk better than
us.
And in fact, yes, and one of the biggest processors actually is a cooperative, the Meru Cooperative Union, the famous Mount Kenya Milk.
Yes,
is the top processor of dairy in Africa.
All right.
And then we have, of course, the Mukuruines, the Kilongori Dairy, the famous Tunzo.
It is.
Yes, those are cooperative. Yes,
okay.
It is the foundation that was laid in 1908.
All right.
But from there, the colonizers went to other value chains, and they focused on value chains that were adding value to the European economies, to their mother economies, and that's why you find coffee was introduced in this country, and coffee was mobilized. The production of coffee was mobilized through cooperatives, but again to feed the demand of coffee in Europe.
Yes.
And also so was tea. But more so, coffee cooperatives took root because coffee was the king's drink. That's why in Kenya still people say we go for tea break. You don't hear for
coffee break.
No, we go for tea break.
Yes.
But as opposed to when you go to Europe, you go to the US,
it's a coffee break.
It's a coffee break.
Okay.
Because in the mentality was coffee is not for the natives; it is for the white people. And we did well. Then when we got independence in the first our economic blueprint was a session of paper number 10 of 1965, which was done by the brilliant brains of this country when it got independence, I think led by one Tom Mboya. And one of the key principles in that session of paper was the Africanization of the Kenyan economy. And the paper described, we can actually Africanize the economy through cooperatives.
Yes.
And so cooperatives were anchored in the foundations of this country's planning and development. And we did well. So if you look at the Kenyatta government, the first government of this country, coffee did very well. It anchored this country. And so was tea and other value chains were developed, including cotton, the textile pyrethrum in South Rift. They were all cooperatives which came together to mobilize production. They supported our industrialization. Our national industrialization was anchored by cooperative because we are supplying the raw materials to the textile. We are providing raw materials to the dairy packing and all that.
Okay.
And we did very well. Our first law was for 1965, the same law, the first cooperative law. From that time, I think key milestones I can talk about in 1980, in the early 80s, when in the second administration, there was an international, what we call structural adjustment programs, and key of the requirement set by the World Bank and those Bretton Woods institutions was liberalization of the economy. We liberalized our cooperatives. We let cooperatives run as private entities, and we got into trouble because our cooperatives went down, mostly because of mismanagement and bad governance. Then in 1987, there was a repeal of the law again to try to bring a little bit of control through what is called Cap 490. Cap 490 of the laws of Kenya, which is now the mother law that governs cooperatives to date. For you to appreciate, in 2010 we had a new constitution, but we never upgraded our cooperative law to align with the new constitution. So that one of the reasons why we want to change our law is to align it with the new constitution, more so, and also to align the law with the concept of devolution, for example.
Yes.
If you look at our constitution, it says in one liner, cooperatives is devolved. But we did not go and say how do we devolve the cooperative law. So these are the key objectives we are looking at in the new law is, of course, to breathe in to align our law to the 2010 constitution, to breathe in the concept, the reality of devolution in the law, but also to address the question of good governance.
Yes.
In the cooperative law.
Yeah. The 2024 one is supposed to replace the 2004 one.
It is supposed to replace this.
Yeah.
Yes, and we are very grateful. It has been in the works for the last 15 years.
Yeah.
And where we are, we feel very confident that we can get past the line. Modern management practices.
Yes.
What we have realized is that when people are late when we don't want people accountable for the decisions they make on behalf of things that belong to them, then they become a problem.
True.
So for a very long time, the cooperative law, good governance was suggestive. It was a tafadhali kind of law.
Yeah.
But in this particular law, we have prescribed punitive outcomes if you actually make decisions that the outcomes are to the detriment of the people who are members of that cooperative.
How is this new law going to strengthen cooperatives? How is it going to improve on the previous one? Like what has really changed? We've spoken about devolution, but what else is very critical in this particular law that is going to ensure successes going forward?
Remember when I started, I said cooperative is a philosophy and there are principles of cooperatives. One of the key principles of cooperative is voluntary membership. You cannot force people to be members of a cooperative. It has to be voluntary. The other one is democracy. You must elect your leaders. Unfortunately, democracy in its own nature can always spin surprises. It doesn't give you the best leaders all the time. And what you have seen in Kenya is that, especially in the cooperative movement, we seem to have some kind of leaders who have been around for a very, very long time.
Very true.
And despite of us knowing that they're not very good leaders, when you subject them to the democracy test, they tend to somehow win it. One of the key proposals in our new law is we want to introduce competitiveness in the democratic process and also introduce what we are calling term limit. We want to term the limit of how long you can serve. You can imagine there are cooperative leaders who has been chairman when Kenyatta was president. When Kenyatta won. When Moi was president. When Uhuru was president. When now Ruto is president.
Yes.
And they're still chairman.
And
and also, Kweni, what is their lifespan?
These are guys who come in with their 27.
Okay.
No. And they're still there. They're still in their 90s. And
struggling to lead.
So we want to introduce some level of because what we are saying is in Kenya now, governors have terms limit, the president has term limit, and we want to see what can do that. We also introduced something called approved persons regime, not only in cooperatives but also in our circles. If at certain levels, decision making levels, we want you to have some kind of, we can do character verification and see this person can be a good manager. Yeah.
Bona PS, what brings about SACCOs, going down? For example, I'm a member of a SACCO that unfortunately has gone down in the last couple of years. What usually is the problem? Because from my understanding, in that specific SACCO, for example, we understand that the leadership, like you were saying, took out some loans and they were given very huge loans that were unsecured and so on and so forth, and they are definitely unable to pay, and in the process my shares have been swallowed by that particular debt. But beyond that, what usually is the problem?
Let me again go back a little bit from an historical perspective.
Sure.
The SACCOs, the cooperatives we earned from pre-independence, post-independence were all producer cooperatives. But in 1970, because the financial model we inherited from the colonialists was not absorbing the Africans. It was difficult, it was exclusive, and so in an effort to bring inclusivity and financial access to the natives, to Kenyans, in 1970 the first SACCO was formed. SACCO is a cooperative, but it's a financial cooperative. In fact, one of the key proposals in the new cooperative law is to define the different sectors of cooperatives. For example, the matatus you see in town written SACCOs, they are not SACCOs. Those are transport cooperatives. And we have defined them in the new law to be transport cooperatives. Also, you see other people who are doing investment. We have defined them. We have called them
investment SACCOs?
No, not investment SACCOs. We have called them SICCOs.
Okay.
Yes, savings and investment cooperatives. And SACCOs are financial cooperatives.
Yes.
And as the name suggests, they are savings and credit cooperatives. You save and you borrow money. So the first one was formed in 1970, and we did well. Again, we are number 1 in Africa, and I think we are number 7 in the world in matters. Mobilization of savings and giving credit to those SACCOs.
Number 7 in the world.
Number 7. Now I think even almost number 6 now. Yes, we are way number 1. In fact, if you look at the number 1 SACCOs in Africa, the top 10, for a long time, that list was an exclusive for Kenyans. But now we have 3 others who have breached that list.
Yes,
I think one from Tanzania, one from Uganda. Uganda was the one for military, Uganda military, and the one for public servants I think in Malawi, and another one.
Okay.
I don't remember the name.
All right.
So we have done very well. Matter SACCOs. But again, in 2008, because from 1970 all the way to 2008, the law governing SACCOs was the same one governing the coffee cooperative, the dairy cooperative.
Okay.
But in the wisdom of the government, then we got a new law for cooperatives. It's called Cap 490B, and this established things like SASRA, the regulator for SACCOs, in 2008, to specifically looking at the financial cooperatives.
Yes, but now this new law suggests a new regulator. Or is it
so because our SACCOs are huge, it became important to have a regulator. The central bank of SACCOs is SASRA.
Yes,
it looks at SACCOs.
Right.
But what the law said that time said, for SACCOs with 100 million and above will be regulated by SASRA. SACCOs with 100 million worth of asset and below will be continue to be regulated by under the Commissioner of Cooperatives, who is the technical department under me. Unfortunately, most of the SACCOs in Kenya are 100 million and below. To give you the numbers for contest purposes.
Yes, please.
under SASRA today, we have around 352, let's say 360 SACCOs. 360 SACCOs in Kenya have assets of under $1 million and above. But if you look at the registrar of cooperatives, we have 4,000 registered SACCOs. So 3,600 have $100 million and below. They are left under the mercy, under the control and regulation of the State Department of Cooperatives. Do we have the capacity? Do we have the means to register, to regulate all these SACCOs? The answer is a stark no. So in the wisdom of the cabinet minister, he formed a team to relook at this law, because they have agitation for people like you, people like many other SACCOs who have gone on to ask, what can we do so that we stop these people? Because despite doing very well, when one SACCO goes down, everybody says SACCOs are not good. So we looked at the law, we formed a team of experts, which has given us some untruth. The untruth is that we need to address the question of good governance in our SACCOs. And we're taking some huge steps. For example, one of the powers given to the managers, the powers given to the managers of SACCO is something called borrowing powers. The current law, the cooperative law, and requires that SACCOs have a meeting. Because again, I told you it's a democratic process. Every year you must submit yourself to the people through an annual general meeting or annual delegate meetings. And you give them the report of your performance either last year. The question is, how many members are able to go through the financials? Very few of them. The English is complicated. But one of the key powers the managers are given is borrowing powers. They come and say we want to be given borrowing powers, and members say yes. Then they go and borrow money, which is to not the best interest of the members. And the problems we just defined happen. One of the key things we have done in this administration of William Samoei Ruto is we have actually said, even if you have borrowing powers from your members, that borrowing power must be subjected. When you actually want to borrow, you must seek approval from the Commission of Cooperatives. I can tell you that the requests have gone completely down. We are getting 1 or 2 requests in a year.
Really?
Because you asking them questions. We ask them where you bring money from. Why are you taking this money? Because for long, SACCOs were competing on dividend payment. They want to be known as the SACCO which is paying the highest. So are they? Because dividends have to be paid by that 30th of April. Between January and April, you'll see a lot of people borrow a lot of money in banks to borrow
or to pay the dividends.
So they play around. They borrow money, they pay the dividend. They are not paying money they are paying dividend from revenues they are generating. So it's a leaker. Eventually, it catches up with you. You go down. So we said, if you might have borrowing powers approved by your members, but you want to see why you're borrowing money. And we also said you're not going to borrow money to pay dividends. Well, that's not one. Our initial, don't come here asking that you want to borrow money to pay dividends. So, and we are encouraging our SACCOs to grow also the institutional capital, their core capital, to retain more. In fact, we're asking SACCOs to compete. We want the SACCOs to compete on the SACCO which is giving members loans at the least interest, because members want to be supported to do their project. They need to pay the least interest. Our appeal is that we need to align with the president's call. He's saying let us go to the single digit regime. Let us hear SACCOs are giving members loans at 9%, as opposed to SACCOs which are advertising saying they want to pay members dividends of 20%. From where? Where are you going to make this money from? Yes.
You know, I like this new regulation. I wish it was there before my SACCO did what it did.
The question I need to ask in relation to that is, banks have central bank. Commercial banks have central banks that helps regulate them and is a lend of last resort to them. Do SACCOs have such an institution?
Yes. You're not a good student. In 2008, they said we did a specific law for SACCOs, the CAF 490B, which established, among other things, the SACCO, SASRA. SASRA is our central bank. In fact, if you look at the power given to SASRA, they rank pari passu with the central bank powers to regulate SACCOs. But again, you are right. If you look at the instrument given to SASRA, they are not as powerful as the one given to CBK. And that is the anomaly we are also correcting with. We have submitted now. In the last 2 months, we submitted to Parliament the SASRA Amendment Bill, which seeks to rectify, which seeks to align the powers of SASRA to be the same as central bank. Because the cabinet minister says, my very good Linda Wycliffe and Beso Paranya, he says, he wants a shilling in a bank, in a SACCO to be as safe as a shilling in a bank. And for that to happen, the safeguards, the regulations, but be the same or even better. One of the few things we are doing, for example, when you unbank your money in a commercial bank,
yes,
you are not only regulated by the central bank, but also you have something called Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, KDIC.
Yes.
Every depositor, if a bank goes down, you are guaranteed a minimum of 500,000 shillings. Do SACCOs have that kind of institution? No. In the law, we are now providing for an institution that will give what we are calling deposit guarantee fund. So the SACCOs we also have an institution that if a SACCO goes down, like yours, your fallback is there's an insurance will be compensated for that.
Yes.
In central bank, as you put it out, central bankers, what we call lender of last resort, they have interbank borrowing within that mechanism through that national payment system. We also introducing what you call shared services. Shared services is where SACCOs now can come together. They not only share the ICT technology, but also they can share liquidity. There are SACCOs which are huge and they have humongous amount of money which are laying under. But there are SACCOs which are doing well, but because of the vibrancy of the members,
kamfuko ni kadogo, they run out of cash and they require just overnight borrowing, 1 week borrowing. You can take advantage of that. Because it's like an overdraft facility for the SACCO.
But within the SACCOs, within the SACCO ecosystem. And I want to give you the huge opportunity we have here. For example, if you put your money in a commercial bank, and many SACCOs do, you can get interest today of, say, 6% savings. But you can go and borrow the same money you have put there, your own money. If you go and borrow it, you'll be given a 16%. The 10% difference between borrowing and what you are earning, that's the arbitrage opportunity.
Yeah.
We are seeing this arbitrage opportunity, we can bring it down. If you're borrowing from this SACCO, you can get your 6% savings, but when you borrow, a SACCO borrows each other, we can say, give you this SACCO 8%. That's a huge saving for the movement.
So someone who lost their money in a SACCO that went down prior to the setup of this bill, huyo asahau pesa yake.
I will not like to use those ash ones.
Yes.
But the law in its very nature is not backward looking. The law is forward looking.
Okay.
Yes. And even it will take time. It takes time, of course, to establish, to grow KDSC to be what it is. So we will be seeking, of course, moratorium. We will be seeking central bank, treasury support, so that this the SACCO deposit guarantee fund really we spruce it up, we prop it up, so that it's able to cover our depositors. The other thing we are doing is also we introduce what we're calling a SACCO liquidity fund. I think to support SACCOs, just in case a SACCO is in distress, we can have that lender of the last resort ability, just like central bank it has. Those are the key reforms we are supporting in the SACCO amendment bill, and of course the most important, of course, one of the most important is to sort out the issue of good governance. Instead out we tie it up with the cooperative bill, but also the approved persons regime.
Yes.
Same as central bank, same as the Kenyan banking sector. If an MD of a SACCO does something wrong, he ceases to have an opportunity to be an MD of another SACCO, not only in Kenya but elsewhere.
Okay.
And same as we will define C-suite as people who sit in positions that make key decisions. They need to be people of good character. They need to be people who have certain integrity, characteristics that we can trust them with the people's money.
Because there are some leaders who would jump from one SACCO to another, so they mess this one up and then they jump to another one and they propagate their bad behavior.
We are going to stop that opping. We are going to stop that export of bad manners.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there was something you mentioned regarding what the structural adjustment programs did and some of the influences that were then exerted on SACCOs, making them private entities. The thought behind making them private entities, was it supported by structure? I mean, it was a structural adjustment program. Was it supported by structure that would ensure that the privatization served the same purpose that SACCOs had served before that particular change?
This again, that's a very good question, but it's a question of cooperatives by their own nature. They are actually private business enterprises.
Yes, they are.
But where a cooperative where you are talking about 10,000, 600,000, the question is, at what point is government involved? You cannot sit down and say these are private, because people come together because of a law established by the same government to say the aggregation law is anchored on the Act of Cooperative, the Cooperative Act I referred to. So it's normally a very thin line. We try, and as much as possible, as government, as the executors or the custodians of the cooperative law, to let the business flow naturally to flow, and our involvement is only on regulation and that high to ask, are you doing the right thing? Members are savings safe. What happened in 1984? If you remember, around 1980s, that program was really it is not only even cooperative, it was all over. And I think our law was, we were not really ready in terms of, and that question again goes back to good governance. And it's unfortunate that we tend to, when expectation is that it's suggestive, we tend to get some very negative outcomes. Yeah.
Allow me to read a few comments here. Oero Mbudia says, great insights from the PS. Now Kizito Mukedha anasema, the reforms have improved transparency, strengthened governance, and has ensured farmers receive better and timely returns. This is restoring confidence and boosting growth in the sector. He's talking about the direct system.
He's talking about coffee. Yeah, I'll talk about, if you allow me, I'll talk about coffee. Yes.
Yeah, the DSS, yeah?
Yes.
Direct settlement system, I believe it is.
It is.
Yeah, maybe you can touch on that.
Well, one of the biggest success stories we have as this fifth administration is the reforms we have done in the coffee sector. Again, in the 80s, we are the second largest producers of coffee in Africa, only second to Ethiopia. And for you to appreciate Ethiopia, that is where coffee was discovered.
Yes.
So we were doing very well in Africa. We were doing 150,000 metric tons per year. And that was mid-80s. After that, we started going down.
Yeah.
To, I think, the list was 2001, where we did only 30,000 metric tons. 5 times fall. Again, when you did 30,000 metric tons, we generated that 3 billion Kenyan shillings in hand currency. Again, for comparison purposes, in 2024, tea brought this country around 220 billion Kenyan shillings in hand currency.
In one financial year.
In one financial tea. While coffee, which was much bigger, we were doing that, which is almost, you can imagine.
It's a fraction, yes.
So the president called us to, and they said, these reforms of coffee, people have been talking about it, and nothing has been happening. I want this government to be remembered as the government that reformed the coffee sector.
Yes.
He told us, I want coffee to go to where it was. By 2028, I want Kenya to produce 150,000 metric tons. And he told us, I want coffee to generate more money than tea by 2028. And then he told us the how. The how is, we want to reform the farmers' route to the market. Because what we had before was an opaque system where the farmer takes his coffee to the local factory. He does not know what grade the coffee is. He does not know when it will be milled. He does not know who will buy it, when. He does not know how much.
Those are very many unknown.
And he does not know when you ever get paid, if you ever get paid.
Yes.
That was what we inherited. So we defined the process. We said the players in the market, you must say, I'm a farmer, I'm a miller, I'm a marketer, I'm a buyer. We said you must say who you are before, because when we came in before, you could find somebody. My name is Patrick Kiburi Kilemi. You could find somebody who is ending under license, is licensed as a miller, then as Patrick, then is licensed as a buyer as Kilemi, yes. and in between is licensed as a broker as Kiburi. So he's milling coffee, selling coffee to himself. That process, that the farmer could only know what he has sold and who has sold to. Through the reforms we have now, the county governments are regulating millers, registering farmers, estate farmers, and registering millers.
Okay.
Coffee, the Directorate of Coffee is registering and licensing coffee they call it coffee buyers.
Yes.
The Capital Market Authority is licensing and regulating coffee brokers. So we have brought in transparency in the market.
Okay.
We are not yet there. Of course, there are games being played.
Yes.
And then introduced something called DSS, Direct Settlement System. And the government of William Samoei Ruto has pumped in, as we speak, almost 8-point-something billion as coffee sharing and advance. What this does is this. When your farmer takes his coffee to the factory, he does not have to wait for it to be sold to be paid.
Paid immediately.
The farmer, if the coffee is processed at the factory level, when it goes to KPCU, the farmer can apply for an advance of up to 40 shillings per kg, an advance. In fact, and the government guarantees him that you will be paid 80 shillings per kg, whether your coffee is sold at 50 or 70. But if your coffee is sold at 100, 120, we also give you the bonus. The over and above you get, but then below, for the government will cover you. Let me tell you, you've gotten results you can't believe. In the last crop, the highest paid farmer, I think, was in Kirinyaga, who got 161 shillings per kilo of sherry.
261 shillings.
161
shillings per kilo of sherry.
Double the expected market price.
Double the expected market price. We have not gotten the numbers yet, but the last we expecting to have crossed the 60,000 metric ton in the last harvest. We have a long way to go, but we
no, I like that progress.
The plan is simple.
Yeah,
we want to grow our coffee production vertically. Vertically is this. A coffee bush in Kenya in 2023, the average coffee, we have around 200 million coffee bushes. The average production per bush is 2 kgs per bush. 2 kgs per bush. In fact, the break even is 7 kgs per bush. If we tell our farmers, if your bush is giving you less than 7 kg, just go to some other business. Just leave it. It's not your type of business. Because you have seen, modern agronomical practices are giving this kind of outcomes. You are getting from 20 to 50. In fact, if bushes can give you 70 kgs per bush. By just planting the right way, taking your good care of the coffee. Okay. So, but you're saying, let us not go to 70. Let us target as a country to be saying our national productivity is 20 kgs per bush.
Okay.
So, if by not even planting an extra bush, you can imagine what that does. We will grow our coffee production to 300,000 metric tons. But also, we want to grow horizontally. Horizontally is new frontiers. Today, Nandi, Uasin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet are planting coffee. So is Kakamega.
Yes.
So is West Pokot. In fact, as a ministry, we have had 70 coffee revitalization meetings. We have gone with the minister across this country. In this country, there are 5 counties which are mapped as coffee growing counties. 35. And traditionally, they were around 30. I think we have added now 35.
Yes.
To include Tavet, even Kajiando, in the slopes of Kilimanjaro, you can plant coffee. So horizontally is no frontiers, and the president has been very kind. He has supported the coffee growing farm by provision of seedlings, coffee seedlings. We are getting in the last financial year, I think agriculture under around 1 billion. We are 500 million to support coffee seedlings. Today, as I sit here, farmers have dug, we estimate to be between 20 and 25 million holes. They are waiting for coffee seedlings.
Wow.
So we have this demand, so that we are getting the feelers that we are doing the right thing. We need to give these farmers seedlings. You can imagine Makutano in West Pokot. The coffee is as good as coffee from Kirinyaga. Kajiando, the coffee is as good as coffee from Meru. So these new frontiers are going to give this country a huge boost in matters production. In fact, if we are able to cover these gaps of matters provision of coffee seedlings, extension services, and as a department, through my agency KPCU, we have recruited for every coffee growing ward 2 extension officers. And we know it's a devolved function, it's a county function, but we said you can't wait for the counties to organize themselves. We have organized extension officers who are working in the want to give basic knowledge. Basic knowledge of planting coffee is simple. For every acre you have, you need to space your coffee. You can plant around 500 to 600 bushes. The spacing is known. The hole you have to do 3 by 3 by 3. You have to lay it with manure.
Okay.
Let me tell you, what we have seen and I'm very grateful. People hear the president say we transform this country, they think it's a joke. Because of what is happening in Galana Kulalo. Galana Kulalo now is like the new food basket of this country. But you realize what it is doing? It is freeing more land in North Rift for high value cash crop. Because of the demand for manure, for example, in Meru, you can go get cow manure or mbuzi manure. We are going to Samburu to buy manure. I can tell you I'm planting coffee. I went to buy my manure from a place called Anchas Post. A truckload we are buying at 50,000. My own waziri is planting coffee in Lukoyani. He was looking for manure all over. He ended up getting it almost near Lodwa. You can imagine, he bought it at the same price, 50,000. So we have a global price for manure. But now what farmers hunters are saying, it is more profitable to sell manure than to sell the mbusis. Because of this coffee value chain. So it is a spillover, not the spin-offs from focusing on a value chain that can really transform this country.
All right.
Yeah.
What I find surprising, Mheshimiwa, is that every time tea farmers get a bonus, the whole country knows tea farmers have gotten a bonus. Yes, we do.
It's true, yeah.
And if there is a problem with tea, we get to know it. I have friends who grow coffee, so I know how well the coffee sector is doing. Why is it that we had to wait for you to come and tell us on a national radio of these wonderful things? Because every time one speaks of coffee, when things are good, it is harsh. When there's a slight problem, well, then you get to hear of everything about it.
I think it is for a long time, for the last 20 or so years, I think our coffee farmers have suffered so much.
Yes, they have.
They don't seem to believe what is happening. But yes, it is true. When my friends in Mero joke when bonus comes, they were saying in Kobo, disappear from home for 2 weeks.
I've heard of those stories.
So it is true what you are saying. So we don't want to assess to disappear home when we pay them coffee money, but we want the people that want to know when the coffee money has come. Yes, it is true. We need to do more, and also we need our coffee farmers to be confident. And these are the kind of results we're expecting in the next 2 or 3 years. My estimation as an economist is that coffee should be able to generate 1 trillion shillings in hard currency if the momentum we have is sustained for the next 3 years.
There's always a question on the value addition. It is central to the discussion on coffee. Where are we with this?
Yes. Let me explain the coffee processing. The first point of call when you harvest your coffee is to take it for pulping station. The pulping station are what we call the coffee factories in the village. So the coffee factories in the village act for the many cooperatives as what we call the common user facilities. They bring the people together. That's the unit they manage as cooperatives manage. So they aggregate their coffee in the coffee factory, and the coffee factory does something. It removes the red thing, which is called coffee pulping. When you pulp your coffee and dry it, and this makes our Kenyan coffee very special, is that we handpick it, we take it to, we do the pulping, and also we sun dry it. When you go to Brazil or Colombia,
yes,
they are mechanized. The machine harvest, it is hot. The machine
right in the machine.
It does the pulping and dries. So your coffee is already converted into a coffee parchment within a day. Here we sun dry it, but because of that, our coffee retained that specific
flavor.
In fact, our coffee is not normal. It's ranked top tier. It's like the lovers of whiskey. They will tell you single malt.
The connoisseurs.
Now you know.
Yes.
This is what our coffee is.
Right.
The parchment now has to be milled to be converted from coffee parchment to green coffee. And that we have milled, and that's where KPCU comes. The KPCU mandate, the constitutional mandate of KPCU is milling and marketing of coffee. Because coffee is also seasonal, it is not very profitable for many private entities to set up mills, because coffee season comes in 2-3 months. The rest of the year, the mill is indoor. So the milling is done, and then the coffee is exported. We expect our coffee as green coffee.
Okay.
So he's asking, the question is, value addition. The next stage now, before it gets to the cup, is roasting. Why are we not roasting our coffee and selling it as a finished product?
Exactly.
I can tell you this. When this government came into power, our buyers, most of our coffee was going through ABAC in Germany. In fact, if you check, the world's largest exporter of coffee
is Germany.
Yet
they don't even have a single bush.
They don't have a single bush. So you have changed that narrative. Every month there's the coffee world. The coffee value chain in the world is valued at around $650 billion US. It is the second most traded maybe product outside of oil, maybe ICT now, but it is there up there. So every month we have coffee exhibitions around the world. Last month I was in San Diego in California for an exhibition where we were through working with the coffee directorate. We had a big shed, and Kenya coffee farmers, cooperatives, and all other people were there.
Yeah.
We were not able to access the American market for so many years. But thanks to the initiative the president has taken, the Angola initiative, the trade arrangement, we are now selling our coffee directly to the United States. And the United States is the biggest coffee market in the world.
This is courtesy of the AGOA.
Angola and the trade negotiations we have had in the government, we have an arrangement with the United States.
Okay.
So our farmers are accessing the American market, not the government, our own traders, our farmers, cooperative. And you'll be surprised, my brother, one of the farmers, I met a farmer here, I think it's a Mr. Gibson from Kirinyaga. He calls it Gibson coffee. He roasts his coffee and packs it, takes it there. So the initiative really is for us to support farmers, traders like Gibson, who are able to pack, so that we are not exporting value. So I completely align with your thought that we need to sell more processed coffee, ready to drink coffee in the big markets in the world.
There's a question here on WhatsApp. This viewer is called Margaret. Margaret is saying, I'm a member of the best performing SACCOs in Kenya. My question, do all SACCOs have to bank with the cooperative bank? If so, who determines the salary of the bank CEO? It's immoral to pay one person the kind of money bank CEOs are paid. That should be part of our dividends. Even the president, who has immeasurable job demands, does not earn 1% of the bank CEO's salary. This should be addressed by an act. Do all SACCOs bank with cooperative bank?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Let me see this. The cooperative bank is owned by the cooperative movement. If you look at the structure, the cooperative movement owns around 67, maybe 70%. So it's a cooperative movement bank.
Yes.
We all the time, of course, we want our resources to stay within the ecosystem. Because if something happens to the SACCO, I can call Dr. Muriuka and tell him, this is family. What can we do?
Yes.
Can I do the same to APSA? No. Sanbic? No. So that's ideally. But to be honest, they are free to go. Also, if the services they offer at cooperative bank are not the best. I totally agree. Remuneration again is a function of the board of directors.
Yes.
And it's a function of the INMAC, the income, the institution generating. Let's say the cooperative bank is a modern bank, not only in Africa, but in the world.
Yes.
And Dr. Gideon Moroki is a trailblazer. He has done marvelous with that institution. You remember that bank was almost bankrupt in 1998 when it was blown by the terrorists.
Yes.
But you know that. And when you go around, you can see the building, how the building looked like after that bomb blast. To be what it is today, I have absolutely no problem with remunerating good leadership. I have absolutely no problem with, because if you look at the kind of dividends the SACCOs are getting, are they equivalent? So it is not how much he earns, it is how much does he generate. What is his leadership? What value is the leadership putting in the table?
Yes.
I think there's a need to understand that certain corporate salaries are performance based.
Absolutely.
So it is not that someone sits somewhere with his cronies and decides how much they should earn, but what they earn is pegged directly to the performance of that particular institution.
Absolutely. Yeah.
George, I think it's George, let me just say George Prince, because hiyo jina yake ni mrefu, very complicated. But amesema hivi, Congratulate PS on behalf of the cooperators. We are happy for the reforms he has spearheaded in the co-op movement. He says that he's speaking from knowledge. But not parting, but the last one is from Kuria Mbudi. Mbudi is saying, ask the PS to say something about Cusco. Cusco lost about, 13 billion?
Yeah, maybe 14.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Is anything being done on that front? Because I remember there was a report that was given to the CS sometime last year. Yeah.
And again, it goes back to the reforms you're talking about. Cusco is a union of SACCOs. It's actually a federation. In fact, in the new law, in the new cooperative law, we have classified those categories. The apex body here will be all the federations from all the value chains. The coffee farmers will have their own, the tea farmers, the dairy farmers, the cotton farmers will have their own federation, but then they converge at the apex where we are to be called, Cooperative Alliance of Kenya. But Cusco now will be representing the financial cooperative. But Cusco, the main mandate of Cusco is advocacy and training for SACCOs. But unfortunately, again, due to management issues, they drove it what we call central liquidity. Because there is a system gap in matter of central liquidity. They started taking deposit from SACCOs and on promise that they don't give them higher returns. And you remember what I told you about the opportunities for arbitrage exists between SACCOs with lean liquidity challenges and SACCOs with a lot of liquidity. Yeah. So Cusco started offering that solution, but unfortunately it was not properly ran. Okay. It was leakaging a lot of money because of bad management, and so SACCOs continued, putting on money, expecting returns. At the end of the year, you have told you want these returns, but you're encouraging to plow it back. Yes. So your book balance is growing in terms of investment you have there, but you're not getting the actual cash. So when we came in and we got this report, we launched an investigation, and that's how we found what it was. Okay. And the DCI, all the state government, we under contingency team investigating the case. Yes. The case is, I think, 3 cases have been prosecuted in the High Court. I think 8 or so files are with the Director of Public Prosecution. Yes. Of course, now, as a principal secretary, my work is as I'm a state witness. I can only let the other agencies of government
do their work. All right. Thank you so much, Bwana PS. This is where we come to a stop as far as the conversation is concerned, but I'll allow you a parting shot.
My appeal is to the young people of this country. First, matters coffee. We are struggling coffee because of the domestic consumption. I want to tell the young people of this country, coffee is not a king's drink. It is a drink for the millennials. It's a drink for they're called the young people. Gen Zs. Yes. Please let us go for coffee date. Let us take coffee. Let us enjoy our coffee. We have the finest coffee in the world. Our consumption is 4%, 5%. The consumption of coffee in Ethiopia domestic is 50%. That's create demand for your own product. Wow. So I appeal to young people, let us take coffee. The universities and everything, we have a campaign. We want to introduce coffee to our young people. The other thing is savings. We are struggling with the young people matter of savings. Young people are preferring Fuliza, Tala and all that. The power of aggregation, the power of SACCOs has been demonstrated over and over again. Right. And I want to leave them with the fact. Today, there's something called financial mediation. The financial mediation is a relationship between the deposit and the loan. The SACCOs, our SACCOs today are mobilized around 1.1 trillion. Yes. But our SACCOs today have given out loans of 1.1 trillion. We are not keeping money in the bank. We are giving out to other members. It is people helping people. The banks, on the other hand, they are giving out loans of around 40% of what they are collecting from our people. So, your place, the young people of this country, is SACCOs. Thank you.
Karibu sana. And we'll actually extend, if you can, get us someone from the coffee sector, coffee SACCO, whoever, who can come and actually give us this message. You've said there's a campaign, right?
Yes, there's a campaign.
All right.
I'll get to the MD of UKPCU, Mr. Timothy Mirogi.
Mlete hapa atuambie mambo ya kahawa.
Thank you very much.
Asante sana. All right, folks, that's where we come to an end as far as this conversation is concerned. Do stand by, because in the next hour, another one, kama kawaida, will be taking place right here on the People's Breakfast.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Baringo County has made medical history after being selected for the first ever vaccine trial targeting Kala-Azar, a serious parasitic disease affecting parts of Kenya. The study will be conducted by the Kenya Medical Research Institute at the Chemolingot Kala-Azar Center in Tiaty Central, an area that records some of the highest infections in the country. Health experts say the trial could place Kenya at the forefront of global efforts to develop a vaccine and a long-term protection, offering hope to communities most affected by the disease in Baringo County. People's Liberation Party National Organizing Secretary Naomi Mutegi says provisions of the Basic Education Act 2013 weaken school discipline and fuel unrest in schools. She argues that restrictions on expulsions and disciplinary measures leave institutions with limited option to manage misconduct.
Raised a lot of concerns, because right now what we have is a law that is impossible to execute without consequences. We have the CS cannot be the one approving every expulsion in every school in Kenya. Every single case of expulsion.
What I'm marveling at, how on earth did that law even pass?
Exactly, because it was passed 3 months before elections. But now, let me speak as a politician. That's not an excuse. The public can get away with that we didn't know what was being passed, but MPs cannot. And this is a government-sponsored bill.
The High Court has dismissed a petition seeking to hold state agencies responsible for the disappearance of security analyst Mwendo Mbinjiwe. Justin Martin Muya ruled that the family did not provide enough evidence to prove that Mbinjiwe was in the custody of the state agencies when he went missing. The family termed the ruling as unfair and unjust.
It is the duty of the applicants to prove that the first applicant was in the illegal custody of the respondents.
Today we thank God because judge has ruled the way he has ruled. We thank God. Nachukulia ikiwa the worst ruling ever has been given by a judge of the High Court. Yes, it is the most poorest judgment that has been given to us today.
Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro says many Kenyans oppose plans to establish a US-backed Ebola quarantine unit in the country. Speaking in the National Assembly yesterday when Health CS Eden Duale appeared before it, Ndindi argues that nations such as United States have stronger health systems and technology to handle Ebola outbreaks and asks the government to take public concerns into account.
I'm yet to meet one single Kenyan who is in support of having this quarantine in Kenya, Honorable Speaker. And it is important for the government to know that the government exists for the welfare of Kenyans. And Kenyans know when their space is being cropped, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the US budget in terms of health is 860 times ours. Their technology is better in all respects, including biotech, Honorable Speaker. They have better capacity to handle these kind of issues than Kenya. Honorable Speaker, while the CS is here, I would request him. Kenyans have spoken in one voice. We do not want that facility of Ebola here in Kenya.
German's Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul has said that the country's strong support for Ukraine and Israel may have contributed to its failure to win a rotating seat on the United Nations Security Council. He described the outcome as a bitter defeat after Germany lost out to Portugal and Austria in a vote held on Wednesday evening. Wadephul suggested that Russia had influenced sentiments against Germany due to its stance on Ukraine, noting that the country's position was no secret. The United Nations Security Council consists of 5 permanent members: China, France, Russia and the United Kingdom and the United States, and 10 non-permanent rotating members elected periodically. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
And here we are, 11 minutes past 9 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa. Garissa, it's 89.5. City, are we getting into the coffee business? Or are you already in the coffee business?
I'm trying to get
huko kwa samaki, huko kwa sugar, huko kwa fine whiskey. Ni gani ingine huko kwake sasa? Tea, eh?
Yes.
Oh, you're in tea? I was actually joking.
No, I'm not. The reason why I am trying to be in coffee,
yes,
I'm trying to learn how to drink coffee. I'm not a coffee person.
Really?
No, I'm not. I'm actually in the process of learning how to drink coffee.
But City, you have coffee even in your document career. How are you not a coffee person?
But this is me explaining to you that I am learning. What you have envisioned is the learning process.
Yes.
Okay. You are right. I carry coffee sachets in my pocket. That is absolutely
City,
true.
ukikaa hivi ni kama unalala, anaingizanga tu mkono kwa mfuko na kwambia kunywa hii uache kulala. All right. So, in this hour, we want to talk about a couple of things, from rigging claims to political division, the 2027 election preparedness. Now, with us is Brenda Isabel. Brenda is not new. She was here a couple of Fridays ago when CT had traveled. Brenda is a governance expert. Good morning, Brenda. How are you doing?
Good morning, Buvi. How are you?
Mimi niko salama sana.
Yeah, good to see you, City.
Yeah, it's just my foot.
Well, yes, lovely to see you too.
Yeah.
My foot has decided to misbehave.
I saw you limping, sorry.
Yes.
What happened?
Yes. I have something called Morton's neuroma.
Oh no.
Nikakitu tu kana nisumbuka chini, but it usually surfaces and then disappears after a while. Once I take medicine, the right medication.
Okay.
But nonetheless,
the thing that you learn from this ailment that movie has,
yeah,
when you have a condition you do not wish to explain in great detail, give it a complicated name. So
no questions asked.
No, people start grappling with, hey, atiloma nani?
Morton's neuroma.
Hey, ndio
Morton's neuroma.
Morton, okay. Na Morton kwa ni wapi?
Morton sasa nitawaambia stories zake ile siku tutakuwa tuna discuss health. But today we want to talk about, election preparedness. Are we prepared for elections? No, wait, before you answer that, City has a methali for you. City, patie methali atuambie Kenya nafikiria juu methali.
Hiyo ni sawa kabisa. We are in the Republic of the Seychelles. He who looks for honey must have the courage to face the bees.
Okay. So my interpretation of that would be mtaka cha mvunguni sharti ainame.
Exactly what I said.
If it was an exam, you would have gotten 100 out of 100.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now you can answer my question. Is Kenya prepared to hold elections next year?
Election preparedness, you have to look at a number of factors. One, do we have sufficient electoral legislation to carry us through the next election? Let's look at 2022. Did we do an audit? What are some of the gaps that we needed to fill before the next general election? I know the Electoral Commission has been working very hard behind the scenes. A lot of Kenyans may not know this. They work throughout the electoral cycle to ensure that, they tighten some of the, gaps that were identified in the last election. But of course, you look at the legislation that is supposed to be applied. The political environment matters a lot. The Electoral Commission, is it ready? Is it rightfully constituted? Of course, we now have commissioners in office. They're at work. But I think, of course, also voter registration, how well prepared are the citizens, to be able to participate in this election. However, election preparedness can be affected by many factors, one of which is the political temperature, the political climate. So for as long as we keep, this environment very, very stressful, I think we are not headed in the right direction if that keeps happening.
Hold on, you said audit.
Yeah.
How do we audit an election?
You audit an election. So right after an election, different development partners will do post-election evaluations on the just concluded election. We also look at reports from the European Union, from organizations such as ILOG, but more importantly, IBC also does an audit. Yeah. So from the post-election evaluation report, you get to identify what gaps existed in the last election. There's also something that is done. It's called a legal audit. You can do a procurement audit, and so on and so forth. So basically, this is how you check if
Yes.
what gaps existed in the last election and what needs to be changed. In the last election, we also saw a very unfortunate incident where half the commissioners, there was a Serena 4.
Yes.
Happened. So going into this election, how do we make sure that doesn't happen again? Because one of the biggest challenges that the Electoral Commission of Kenya has is a deficit of trust.
If you ask me whether we audit elections, I'll tell you yes, because after every election, Raila goes to court, and for me, that's the audit we have. Well, this time round, unfortunately,
you're not wrong, Paul.
For me, that is the audit.
The moment something goes to court, almost everything about the election is then contested. They come up, and it's part of the debate.
Yeah, because they were talking about these forms. That's when we got to know about something called Form 16,
Form 34A.
And then there's Form 34.
The 34A and B.
And I still do not know them because my responsibility is to vote. Once I vote for my leader, ninangojanga kusikia whether they will be declared winner or loser. But so that audit.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
By the way, of course the presidential petitions go to the Supreme Court, and one of the, I think in Africa, Kenya is the first country to have a very strong electoral dispute resolution system. Electoral dispute resolution contributes heavily towards peace after elections, if you were to ask me, because when justice is seen to be done, sometimes the need to go out and riot is less.
True.
Right? So I strongly believe that, the fact that we have what, let's say, Tanzania doesn't have. For example, they don't have electoral dispute resolution after elections.
Yeah, once you declare, it's over.
And why should they? When the winner is
already known.
Even before you elect them, it is known that CCM is going to win.
It is so unfortunate. I mean, when you don't have independent institutions, this is bound to happen. If the judiciary is not independent, then clearly, I mean, you saw what happened to Tundu Lissu. So, yeah.
But you know something, Brenda? When people speak of independence and independent institutions, from what I hear and what I read, the assumption seems to be just because an institution is declared independent, it is of necessity, therefore, independent. and that is actually as far away as possible from the truth.
It is far from the truth.
Because the thing about independence, it's something that it's not just maintained, it's like a plant that has to be looked after.
Yeah.
You get it, and that's not the end of the story. It's actually the beginning of the story. Because remember, when you had a constitution that for the longest time centered literally every power in the office and in the person of the president, it takes quite a bit of time. The generation of people who lived under it more or less need to die off. Okay? Because that is not just the lived reality, that was the foundational reality on which they based their outlook towards politics. So even with this new constitution, they hear it, but it's theoretical. And look at the way people of my generation understand authority. Authority is something you don't question. Parents of my generation, we pick up from our parents. When you're told something, you do. If you want to question, you do first. then you can bring the debate later. But you have an entire generation that wants to be convinced first before they
we
move
question
on.
Everything.
Yes. Yes. They want to understand. And when they've understood, they'll say, okay, we've understood. But that's not the end of it. When they've understood, and they will then tell you, this is how we want to do it. Meaning, it is a discussion at every phase. Now, that, in my opinion, is an excellent thing. Because it guarantees that whoever is making a presentation or wants a certain idea or a certain thought to be followed, you had better think it through.
Yeah.
But when you talk about independent institutions, for many political executive powers, it is considered to be not only a direct contradiction, but a direct challenge.
I mean, independent is an institution. Let's begin by also declaring that an institution cannot be independent if it entirely relies on the executive for its finances. There's no financial autonomy. For example, the Electoral Commission. Allow me to use the judiciary to begin with. When the election was annulled in Kenya by Emeritus Maraga, what we saw is that President Uhuru Kenyatta at the time, former president, declared that he will revisit that decision. And what happened? The judiciary suffered thoroughly because of that decision. I personally worked very closely with the judiciary at the time on election preparedness. And one of the things that we found out is that it was insufficiently funded. And it was very deliberate. There was there was judges that were supposed to sworn in. It was delayed. So they were punished. So again, we can ask the question, is independence really independent if I have your finances and I'm going to stifle your operations in the event you don't play ball? Now, for example, in the Electoral Commission's case, the Elections Act is clear that there's supposed to be an independent fund for IBC. However, what are we seeing today? I don't think that is likely to see the light of day very soon, because even if you look at the political undertones, we are already seeing politicians declaring, nani analipa IBC, nani anafanya hivi. So we have the power, we are going to, we have the money, and so this...
It's that mindset I was speaking of.
Yes.
The prehistoric mindset that certain leaders have, and they are unwilling... it's actually essentially Stone Age. In this day and age, when you have the 2010 Constitution, and somebody publicly speaks in that manner, well, you can analyze it psychologically, but that's not what I'm going to do. I'm simply saying that they can make such utterances in public tells you we actually haven't moved from that mindset.
We haven't, and it's extremely dangerous and reckless. And I would call the leaders that do such, not even leaders, politicians, allow me to call them that, because there's no leadership in recklessness. Now, Wajir women rep, Fatma Jehu, said something similar last year. We are seeing the same people from the same political formation keep saying such things. We have Honorable Ayub Savula the other day declaring this openly.
Why do you people keep referring to these people as honorable?
Let's even
it's in the
scrap
title.
that.
Just call him by name.
The point is, it's in the title.
Let me just say, Kakamega Deputy Governor.
Thank you so much.
Then I agree with you. There's nothing honorable about this nonsense. And it's so primitive. It is so primitive that you stand on a national platform and wherever you are, and Kenyans are following you, and you declare such reckless things, knowing where we've come from, knowing what post-election violence looks like, knowing that the country is boiling, knowing too well that in 2024, everything was not rosy. By the time the president is answering to Gen Z and they're calling him Baba Shalin, things are thick. And these people have no... And the worst part is, at the end of the day, it is a president who has previously been an ICC customer. You can't have your lieutenants behaving like that and speaking this kind of, vitriol across the country.
Now, I've always asked this question, and we actually, funny enough, before the show this morning, I think we had this conversation.
Okay.
What if we think that the president has control and he actually doesn't?
In what sense?
You see these people we're calling his lieutenants?
Yeah.
whether it's the CSAs or the women rep or the DGs who are saying, oh, we'll rig this, we'll do that, we own the system, we pay IEBC, so what if it's a situation whereby nimejaribu kukwambia Brenda lakini hausikii and there's absolutely nothing I can do?
You are the party leader, call your people, call them to order.
Can I chime in?
Yes, please.
We heard in the previous government of state capture, isn't it? Presidential capture. Do you really think that, let's start even with Uhuru, let's go even to Kibaki, do you really think that these presidents are as free? We're talking about independent institutions.
Yeah.
Do you think they're actually absolutely independent and totally free to make decisions the way they like?
Presidents are not independent, but you're ultimately responsible.
Oh, yes,
because at the end of the day, it is that president or whoever was in charge at the time that is going to, for example, the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity or for whatever other reason. It is, the buck stops with you. So unfortunately, you may play the games you're playing because we know these people called campaign financiers, the invisible hands that swing the country left and right. The people that you never see on the ballot, the people that you never see behind the scenes, they fund the campaigns, they fund everything else. Yeah, these are the big corporations. These are the people that get the plum fat contracts. This is the 1% of the 1% that drain the country dry. This is why Changamwe is dead, for example, because it's a strategic decision. You know, one of the biggest oil refineries in Africa, you know, has shut down. What does this mean for East Africa? We have to rely on a pipeline where we have no control. And what happens? Things skyrocket. When things skyrocket, what happens? You know? Of course, people are making money. It's business at the end of the day. So, in fact, the campaign financiers are businessmen.
Again, what if it
with political interests?
Exactly. So, what if there's actually that thing that City has called presidential capture? And this, of course, is just conjecture. We have absolutely no idea.
Absolutely pure speculation. Actually, on my part, it is not pure speculation. No.
You take it back.
No, it is not speculation. The reason I'm taking, you see, the moment you are any sort of leader, you will have people around you whom you depend on to perform certain tasks for you. Okay?
Yeah.
It means you are dependent on them to some degree, whether you like it or not. Now, if you are in a political setup like ours, where the moving parts are rather many, and the vortex with which things are moving keeps increasing in space, you may rely on these people more and more and more and more. This is the foundation of my discussion. The office of the president is far trickier and far more complex than us common wananchi seem to think. And I say this because every time, see, having lived through every president that we've had, okay, there is what the president, you can see, probably would like to do. And then there are other things that then happen. Jomo Kenyatta was unwell. There was a change the constitution movement that was spearheaded by people like Kihika Kimani. The whole thinking behind the change the constitution movement was to prevent Moi from being president, because our constitution was clear. In the event of the president dying, the deputy or the vice president becomes who? President.
Yeah.
It took the attorney general then, somebody called Charles Njonjo, to come and say, guys, let me just explain something to you about our constitution. If you even imagine that the death of a president, it is treason. Imagine how he was going to determine your imagining, I don't know.
Yeah.
But so people kept quiet on that one. The lid was put on that one. Why do I say this? Look at even President Moi. Look at the people who surrounded him. Look at any president. It is a very, very interesting walk that a president in this country has had to walk. And what is the manifestation of it? Are the handshakes our presidents have had.
Yeah.
Start with Moi. The handshake he had with Raila. Go to Kibaki. Go to Uhuru. Go to Ruto. Those handshakes come about somewhere along the line. This plan that this person had at some point is not nothing. It's simply not working. So the very person who was the antithesis or who was the nemesis of whatever he stood for is now the person you have to work with.
I've actually said this in a lot of platforms across Africa.
Yes.
Raila Odinga, the late, is someone we truly celebrated as a father of democracy. However, he was one of the most prominent figures when it came to democracy capture, because he didn't have to win an election.
Nope.
whether he won or not, he was going to make your life so impossible that you are going to have to work with him. And in fact, when he checks in, he decides who you fire, who you're going to work with or not. And his I think his biggest currency was the people.
It was. He had understood that.
Yeah, that's all he had to know. Most of his campaigns, people will tell you, I mean, you'd never see, let's say, the public being bribed to come to his rallies and things like that.
No. Or even being mobilized.
Imagine.
No. They would come.
He would just say, higher. And people would just show up for some reason.
Very true. Can't you remember?
And the kind of euphoria
that followed that. You're right, Brenda. I mean, people associate politicians or high-ranking politicians or outstanding politicians with famous speeches that they made. Is there one famous speech that Raila made that you remember? No. But higher. Yes. And the crowd goes, yes.
I remember the ones for watu wanacheza mpira. I don't know. Nani anachukua mpira, nani amechukua, nani anafunga.
Yes.
And those are the things people remember at the end of the day.
Yes. Precisely. If he talks about barabara and what have you, it's 2 sentences, finished. You see, but it brings us to this discussion, Brenda.
Yes.
How do our people vote? Do we logically determine why it is we are going to vote for people? Do we look at the development records? Do we look at how they have helped schools, churches?
First of all, the electorate has to wake up. We have so much bad manners. You know why? To begin with, we don't want broke people. We don't want people who are not flashy. We want the people who've looted the nation, the people with the biggest cars. When you go to the campaign trail, the person who has the most Land Cruisers attracts the biggest crowd. You know, you that is a leader, you have all the qualities that are desired by any Kenyan, you know, to lead your constituency, your ward, your county. Well, you will not be considered.
Let me just point in regards to this.
And this also disenfranchises women and youth because they cannot even compete with the kind of money.
Wacha nichukue tu example yako.
Yeah.
On Sunday, Linda Mwananchi, the Sifuna group, was in Machakos County.
Okay.
And they happened to come to my side of the woods. So they came with these huge trucks. And
trucks?
Yeah. Easy za campaign, easy kama za you know the trucks, eh? These big trailers.
The ones where people dance and sing when they're advertising something.
Exactly, okay, those ones. The marketing
the
ones.
caravan.
The caravan, yes, thank you. So they had several of them, not one. And then now they had their very many vehicles with the loudspeakers on top of their vehicles. So they had the equipment. And then on top of that, they had branded their people. So the people were in the Linda Mwananchi t-shirts and kofias and many other stuff. And then now they had that, what CTS said, dancers. And they came and they danced. Of course, this is to attract the crowds. Then, of course, dancers wanaambia nyika ini kando, we need to talk to the people. And they address the people. Now, they have resources. They get their own resources put together. They do that. Now, someone who is trying to compete with Linda Mwananchi in Machakos, for example, might end up losing territory.
You have no chance.
Exactly. Because if I take myself as an example, I cannot afford that caravan for sure. You hata nisahau tu. I cannot afford dancers unless I dance myself. And then my family also dances. Other than that, we are I cannot afford the huge sound systems. I call my parents there, and then they can't dance now. They are old, so they'll just come there and move like Raila like this. So you get what I mean. So if you're broke, if you're a broke politician, you won't reach as many people as these rich politicians who've got this huge equipment but they had cops like police cordoned off, cordoned off some sections of the road and some sections of the market to allow the movement.
You can't compete with that. And the unfortunate truth is Kenyans, especially those ones in Machakos that were enjoying that rally with the caravan and music and dancers, you will pay heavily for that price. That money will come. That money will come back, but it's coming from somewhere.
Yeah. So just to conclude on this issue of money, it's very true. I might be a very good leader who's got good policies and I can actually effect change. But when I go door to door, naweza kuambia say, my name is Mongala Mbuvi, nataka kuwa MP wenu, munipigie kura. Bwana, I will be forgotten as soon as I walk out of
Bobby, you
that
know,
shop.
you know what you've successfully done. You've actually described why election campaign finance regulation is important.
Yes.
Because if the finances around elections, are not regulated, then the people that don't have much will lose. And let's not even forget that there's also misuse of public resources during all this, use of government resources to campaign, which is actually illegal, but it's happening. You'll see government vehicles, people will use choppers and things like that. And these things are, of course, paid for by taxpayers. So how can you compete?
Actually, you can. Actually, you can, because if you were to simply speak in the most general terms possible, it is a hill climb of a task. It's near impossible.
Yeah.
However, if you get granular, I normally don't need more than one example for me to understand that, yes, there are parts of this country where you can actually campaign and win without having resources. But from what I have observed, you need to come from part of the country that is actually very poor.
Because I wanted to tell you,
yes,
it is directly proportionate to the poverty of that area. Because this is the politics of tumbo. You see the way people panga line wanapewa mchele, unga, whatever.
Sweetie. Ala?
No.
Yes.
Ala?
Sweets.
Watu walipewa walipanga line kupewa peremende.
No, you're joking.
Yes.
What? Where?
In Kenya. Only in Kenya.
During the Mbeere North elections, people lined up to receive sweets.
Sweets?
Yes.
Peremende, just to be sure that I'm talking about peremende.
Okay.
Candy.
If you come from the region he comes from, it may not be referred to as peremende, it may be ngelemende, but it is the same thing.
Ngelemende.
Yeah, he's right. It's actually called ngelemende.
Oh my God.
So people lined up, and we're not talking about children here, adults.
Yeah.
People my age, perhaps even older.
You know what is concerning me though? Is that there's a lot of banter and conversation around rigging. Yeah? And what people may not realize is that rigging doesn't just happen at the last minute during the election. There are many ways of doing it systemically. Pole pole too. And it starts with the, making sure that if you're from a certain region, haupati ID rahisi, itakawia, itachelewa, registering as a voter becomes a headache, The next thing if you have people that work with government, they've done tenders, pesa yao haitatoka, so that there's no finance to grease the wheels of political movements. It's in very subtle. People feel like rigging is just an end of day kind of thing.
Actually, you are spot on. The rigging begins with marginalization. Okay. When people are not even just resourced, when people do not feel they are part and parcel of a government, they are disconnected. So everything that they associate with the government, I'm going to give an example of what I experienced. I had lost my ID, the ID I had a while back. So I was working in Migori County, and the chief of that particular area was my friend. I told him, look, I lost my ID, and he told me, no, that's very easy. Fill this form, blah, 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 blah. A couple of weeks passed, and he called me, told me, your ID has come, it's ready. Come and pick it up. Okay. But while I was in his office, as you pulled the drawer, I saw very many IDs in the drawer, and I asked him, why are all these IDs there? He said, people have not come to pick them up. I said, are these yours? He said, no. He opened a few more drawers. They were full of IDs. People had applied for IDs. The IDs had come. They'd never picked them up. Now, in the absence of an ID, you're not going to be able to vote or register as a voter.
Yeah.
Okay? So I kept thinking, why would you apply for an ID and then not collect it? Very many stories abide around the story of the ID and why some people do not go around picking up their or collecting their ID. But the issue of rigging, it has more to do with the citizenry than it has to do with those in power. Those in power will try to retain the power. But so long as you have a body of citizenry who support you irrespective of how much wrong you actually do and how much it disenfranchises other people, then what then happens, you are encouraged to continue doing wrong. An ordinance in 1931 demarcated areas that were considered productive and non-productive. That ordinance guaranteed that Northeastern Province would be marginalized for decades. Okay? And before the advent of the 2010 Constitution and devolution, that region was still going to be marginalized. Okay? Now, when people are marginalized, you need to understand how it is that they then get to think. Because marginalization means development projects do not come to your region. Infrastructure doesn't come to your region. The issue of investments, which the national government can influence, even if you are the best suited for it, will simply not come. Now, the moment that happens, what do you think when you have a mindset over people that they've been disenfranchised or ignored? They will respond. And instead of thinking progressively, and if it becomes generational, these are people who clearly will not understand why it is they should bother with certain things. Where I come from, the region I come from, we were the headquarters of electoral violence in very, very many ways. Every time there was a problem...
You come from Homa Bay?
I come from Kisumu County.
Okay.
Yes. Kisumu town is in Kisumu County. So...
yeah.
Every time...
Headquarter of Mandamano.
Yes, not just Mandamano. There was a time it was headquarter of just about the most violent.
Actually, you know, when we say government has monopoly of violence, these guys had the monopoly of violence.
Okay, so the advent before multipartyism came in and got grounded, the number of young people who lost their lives simply because of clashes that people had, and even after that with the election that we were then to have, and what we now refer to as the goon culture, which is entrenched. Look at the gangs that we have. You don't find gangs in the sense of young people who are goons in affluent areas. You find them in the low rent areas, in formal settlements. Why do you think this is so? If they knew they had the hope of being gainfully employed, would they involve themselves in criminal activities? No. So again, it is something that we have curated over time, and we've never given adequate thought as to how it is we can bring it to an end, and yet we can. So when we talk about a presidency and we talk about the power that a president has, especially with the 2010 Constitution, it is very limited. The president may tend to try to claw back on it and try to do things in a certain way, but it is limited. The people who then surround the president and the people whom the president relies on then acquire powers.
Yeah, you know, a king's reign is as powerful as the people around them.
Yes.
However, at the end of the day, those invisible hands sometimes, like for example, yesterday, we saw the CS Health saying citizen participation is not something that they consider meaningful, and they are going to do what they want to do. You just wonder, does this government realize that this is delegated power from the people, or is it just, do we just talk about democracy on paper?
We asked that question in the morning. We asked now, when the CS speaks like this,
imagine.
What on earth is he thinking?
And he's telling parliamentarians who are representatives of the people.
But these parliamentarians of ours are also fake.
The audacity.
No, it's not even that. They were trying to pin the CS down on issues that are not even anchored in the truth of what you would refer to.
The core issue.
Yes.
Yeah.
When somebody says they want to build for you a quarantine, ask yourself, of the thousands of institutions, of the many institutions we have in this country, do we have an institution that could explain that thing in great detail and professionally? The answer is yes. Cambry has a center that deals with virology, viruses.
Disease control.
Yes.
Yeah.
So why is it that the CS chooses to speak politically when this is a technical matter that could have been addressed technically?
Because it is a political decision.
Most decisions are political. Okay? But when...
I understand, because what you're saying is correct. It should not be him bringing a political position there.
The politics we understand. But for a debate that is meaningful to be had, that concept and the idea has to be explained professionally, that when we're debating, we at least are informed. We're better informed about what it is we're talking
your
about.
thinking is too advanced for some of our leaders, unfortunately. It is the right thing, but too advanced for our leaders.
Brenda, I hate to disagree with you.
It is unfortunate that this is where we are.
These leaders understand a lot more than... There's the element of a competing interest where the things they want to achieve and the agendas they want to push run contrary to thinking that is logical and clear.
Yes.
Because, again, but this issue, Paul and I have been discussing it for quite some time. We even had the Secretary General of the Doctors, Dentists and Pharmacists Union here, and we're discussing the same thing. If you want the citizenry to benefit, present them with the facts. Let them oppose, let there be a discussion on it,
but on facts.
But the facts have been presented. Okay? This one, MPs were talking about things which were completely non-factual.
I think it's deliberate. Like you said, these people are not foolish. They know exactly how to present issues to Kenyans. But if they do the opposite, it tells you because they don't want to defeat a political agenda.
We had an interesting perspective yesterday when one of our guests told us that as far as they are concerned, he gave a disclaimer and said he may not be right, but according to how he thinks, he believes that President Ruto is actually bringing in the Ebola virus to kill people from his region. And I said, hey, bro.
My theory is even worse.
Let's hear your theory.
So first of all, I look at so Ebola virus coming into Kenya. We have seen how a pandemic has been managed previously, and there's sort of a guideline. But from what we are seeing, I actually, and I could be wrong, I believe that this is a ploy to manufacture a pandemic. This is one of those ways that the government will be able to postpone the election.
Because he also had that part
in the event
he shared that view with you.
In the event of a pandemic, of course, emergency situation is declared, and certain things will not happen the way they're supposed to happen. You cannot interact. Voting is an exercise where you have to line up, you have to mix with people. The fact that America does not want Ebola in its borders, and we volunteered to absorb this thing, for me, is very wild.
Yeah.
The other thing is, so beyond the likelihood of postponement of an election in case of a pandemic, there's also the looting, the fake generation of cases. We're going to hear we have 80 cases, we have 90 cases, kumbe hakuna.
Okay.
Just so that money is allocated and looted. This country, nothing is beyond greedy people.
So you're saying that we might be told that we have Ebola, but we don't have Ebola, but we are told that we have 1,000 cases, 3,000 cases
it is,
in the name of postponing an election.
It is highly likely. Okay. It is highly likely.
In the time Ebola has broken out in DRC and then broken out in West Africa, if you look at the number of people who have died, those numbers cannot comprise a pandemic. For a pandemic to actually, for a disease and the spread of it to qualify as a pandemic,
first of all, it has got to be global.
Yes, or it has to be in more than one country, and it must affect a sizable population of that particular country.
And guess what? Politicians across borders are also collaborating. Many of them are very unpopular with their governments. When you're seeing on international media the likelihood of a lockdown, I'm telling you, they're slowly trying to prepare, citizens of the world that this is likely to happen.
I personally subscribe to the theory that you subscribe to in terms of its definition. Okay?
This Ebola thing that we are talking about, the likelihood of it becoming an epidemic, because even within the country where it is currently,
where the outbreak has manifested, yes.
Hiyo kitu bado haijakuwa epidemic.
Yeah.
So they are still, because some 1,000 people have been suspected to have, gotten the disease. 344 confirmed, then 48 confirmed dead. So it's still within manageable parameters.
Yes, it is. Logically,
yes,
speaking. But a dying man clutches at straws. So have you interacted with this new bill, the new law, the National Disaster Management Bill?
No, not in its entirety, but we have discussed it here, even with Colonel Samoei.
Yes. So what is it all about? What is the urgency of this bill?
Is there an urgency, or is it just a timely bill?
It's not timely because there are things you have to check.
But it started even before we knew of Ebola in DRC.
I understand. I understand. But if you have a political mind, you have to think about what is the hidden...
It's just going through the stages of what other bills have also gone through.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
But when you look at... Do you know how many bills are pending? Everything is done because there's an agenda.
Okay.
If you've lived long in this country, you'll see there are bills we've tried to push through the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, especially on electoral reforms and whatnot. Some things will never see the light of day. But you saw how quickly Gachagua, for example, was taken out of office, impeached, right? Political goodwill, is only there when it favors certain political innuendos and agendas.
You are actually quite right to a large degree. But you see, if our reference point is Ebola, the manifestation of the full-blown disease is what is scary. Somebody hemorrhaging from every orifice that your body has, it's really, really scary.
It is.
But an epidemic was HIV. It did not stop the country from moving and doing what we do on a daily basis. COVID brought us to a halt. And COVID brought us to a halt as it did the entirety of the planet.
Let me read something from that National Disaster Management Bill. So, the declaration of a national state disaster shall contain a concise statement of the reasons for the declaration and the duration for the declaration. A national state of disaster declared under subsection 1 shall lapse on the date specified in the notice declaring the national state of disaster. This may be determined by the President at any time before the lapse of the period specified in the previous paragraph. So, I think maybe I'm overthinking.
Oh no, just walk us through your thought process. I want to understand your thought process.
It might be a bit dangerous to start depressing the country.
Let the country be depressed.
So many things are happening.
Trust me, there are people who are thinking the same way.
Some are speaking even more adverse than you are. So please contribute to the adversity.
So during during the substance of the declaration of a national disaster, the President may make orders. The release of personnel of a national state organ for rendering the emergency services, the implementation of all or any of the provisions of the National Disaster Management Plan applicable in the circumstances, the evacuation of temporary shelters for part of the population, the regulation of traffic from within which disaster-stricken threatened area, the regulation of the movement of persons and goods from within the disaster-stricken area, the authorization or direction to any person or any class of persons rendering essential services, the regulation of... So let's just, thinking about this, knowing we're on the eve of an election.
Yeah.
What is your interpretation?
I'll answer that with something that happened. Remember October 14th, 2011, when Kenya started Operation Linda Nchi through under the presidency of President Kibaki. This was 2011. And I remember no one really gave it much thought because they were like, oh yeah, Al-Shabaab, let's go find them where they are, Then tukamaliza 2011, then 2012. Then now we were gearing towards an election in 2013, right? Which happened in March. And I remember the conversations around that time. Some Kenyans that I spoke to at the time, they were like, hey, this is President Kibaki wanting to extend his presidency.
Term of office.
Exactly, his term of office, because they're saying, when there is a war, Kenya can't go into elections. And it actually got me thinking, mimi, saizo nimemaliza university but nikaanza kufikiria.
But Mbuvi, is easy to see speculations peke yake.
Yes.
For example, when there was noise about Gachagua getting impeached, do you know how many of us did not believe it could happen?
I was one of them.
Me too. I didn't think...
Why? What did you base your belief on?
No. Of course, the level of support you need to have to impeach a national leader such as the vice president, especially knowing that the opposition was not in bed with the government at the time, it was almost impossible to think through where were they going to get the numbers.
But you are asking as though the numbers were floating away somewhere in space and they needed to bring them. They already had the numbers. The issue of parliament being captured and state being captured began in the Uhuru era. There was a continuation of it. You know, I have to really watch what I say when I speak about our National Assembly, because very little that is good comes out of my mouth when I speak about those individuals. But if you pay attention to what they will tell you, these are the views I have heard. The deputy president had upset enough people. They say he had an abrasive manner when dealing with people. And then they list a whole host of things. Now, my take was, when you want to get rid of someone, you'll justify why you want to get rid of them. The things you say may not necessarily be true. But that's what they were saying. If indeed we hear the rumors about money exchanging hands, and it isn't the first time we've heard of these things, and all manner of influences, put it this way. If the president wanted his deputy to go, he had the means and he had a parliament that could do it. So it was not at a big issue. Not really.
The big issue was also the shift, because that is the point where Raila Odinga officially became second in command.
So the question you want to ask yourself is, what really was going on? Because in all honesty, if we were to go the conspiracy theory routes, you know that one, the beauty is it doesn't have limits. You can just speculate as wildly as you like.
No, but you know now, the beauty of also what the discussion we're having this morning, we're not just basing anything on these things on speculation. Politicians from certain political formations have clearly come out, said time without number, that they're going to rig the election. Secondly, they are actually destroying what the Electoral Commission that is newly established into office is trying to strengthen trust between them and the public. They found the problem there. These new commissioners unfortunately inherited a deficit of trust that has existed from time immemorial. So you're here declaring that these are your guys and you will pay them.
Do you remember the question I asked you earlier on?
Yes.
About whether the president is as independent as you think. Or whether, yes.
If I was him, I would crack the whip. You cannot speak on behalf of my party, and say your own things that put the country at crossroads.
Okay.
If I am not in agreement with you. And we also know the president as somebody who is very firm.
Let me join you in the conspiracy bandwagon. All right? Anyone speaking of rigging an election is not telling us something new. They've just come out into the open and tell us what happens in our elections. The first time we actually have experienced rigging was when Kenya People's Union was formed, and those who had been in KANU were now standing on tickets of Kenya People's Union. As a child, yes, growing up in Nakuru, I heard my parents talking about ballot boxes being found in Rivanjoro, because I grew up in Nakuru. All right? So, rigging as a process in this country. Do you know that we are so good at it that we, on this continent, we've even had an opportunity to take a few of our people who understand this to other countries of Africa.
We export them.
Yes, we've gone to
go and show them how
consult to say, look, this is how you do it.
Yeah.
We rigging doesn't start at the time we have a national election. No. It starts with the political party. It's like the training ground for rigging. So by the time we get to a national election,
yes,
the rigging already took place.
And allow me, there are lessons I know based on how crazy Tanzania's election was. The Kenyans would never say there are lessons they can pick from Tanzania. But allow me to highlight a few things. So when it comes to intensified political repression, the first thing you have to think about is a systematic climate that weakens the opposition. So one of the things that you will see is voter suppression, whether it is struggling to get ID cards or whatnot, so that you can't register as a voter.
Or violence in certain areas.
Yes, there's political intolerance where police are weaponized. You will see where your rallies are not peaceful, you're holding a meeting in a church, you will be disrupted, tear gas, whatnot. We have also seen a level of political intolerance where there's goons attacking people, personalities and whatnot. We have seen there's a level of financial disenfranchisement that plays a role, and then there's the climate of censorship and fear. There's the illegal surveillance. Kenyans know their phones are not theirs. Sometimes your phone is overheating. You know what's happening. There are people somewhere are harvesting information from your phone. Conversations are being listened to. You saw there was a documentary recently about how certain communication, companies are dishing out data and things like that. So there's the hostile political participation. Free expression is something that the young people of this country can tell you. As much as they want to participate in democratic governance issues, it becomes a matter of life and death, because at the end of the day, just you voicing your opinion could put you at crossroads, and you could be end up in a casket. And then also
so
those
of us who are having this conversation are in danger.
Not necessarily. It depends on also what you say. Thank goodness we're a bit measured. Sometimes on social media, you see the way sometimes our young people will just say whatever comes to mind. I saw recently something very dangerous. Someone saying, if you fund me to do this, I will do it. Those are very dangerous things that are happening on the social space. Unfortunately, thankfully, with journalists, there's rules and regulations, and you guys follow them. However, the unconventional spaces where people get information from, there's no guardrails, so anything goes. Yeah, so this kind of state-led intimidation and all these factors, I think, which we have seen in Tanzania, in Uganda, there's a very strong collaborations between oppressive regimes. And what people are not seeing is that East Africa, there's serious democratic backsliding.
Can I ask the question?
Yeah.
We are comparing our democracy to that of Tanzania and Uganda and perhaps Ethiopia.
Yeah.
And the point of convergence is?
The point of convergence is
Nairobi.
Despite the laws that we have, despite the laws that we have in this country, we are behaving like people who don't have laws. Yeah?
Yes, it is true.
If you're able to, the court says we have blocked this from happening, and it will happen regardless. Do you understand?
I understand.
Unless we respect our constitution and our laws,
Brenda,
we are simply a banana republic.
Brenda, there you are. You and I are in agreement. You see, we have this understanding that the moment you have a new constitution and you have laws, that's it. No, it's not. It never is. In fact, the moment you have a new constitution, it's going to be fought.
It is to condition you to think that you're protected.
You are going to be fought. That constitution will be fought at every stage.
Look at America. America is the home of democracy, quote unquote. They have free speech and whatnot. However, how free is their speech? You're just allowed to talk.
It's free-ish.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, America is a police state, if you ask me.
It is.
Okay?
Yeah.
We are actually freer
We are.
than they are.
We are.
Okay?
So they've been given this illusion of you're free to speak, you can say whatever you want, but imagine your words don't carry weight.
No, the people who run that country understood perfectly how to get people in a large cage where they actually think they're roaming free, and they're
Absolutely.
not.
And this is why they're in Kenya, Africa, wherever, preaching democracy, telling you guys should do this way. I'm like, you guys have never experienced.
That experiment of theirs isn't working very well.
I like the fact that for the first time they have a dictator as president, so they're experiencing some of the things they come here in Africa to do and say and teach us. I know of American institutions that want to tap into Kenya and say, we want to see how you do your organizing as civil society. We want to do the same kind of organizing to push back on government excesses. They don't even know how to do it.
They actually do. Remember, one of the things that their country has, there are very many literally independent institutions. And when this president came in, the first thing, among the first things he did was to target these institutions and to target universities that
remove their funding, mobilizing.
Exactly, which means he was dealing with the opposition. Okay,
Yeah.
That we are having this conversation, it should not be taken lightly, because I lived in a time when you could not, you couldn't even have this conversation in your own house. You're even afraid as to who might be listening. That we can have this conversation makes it, that's when I asked, are we comparing our democracy with our neighbors. This fourth estate that we belong to in this country,
they can never do what we do, but we can do what they do in terms of bad manners.
That is true, but they can also do what we do.
No, they can't.
Right. Yes, they can.
For example, if you can't even petition after an election, you can't do what you do.
But we went through that. That's the point I'm trying to make. You know, people here talk about the Kenyatta and the Moi era because it's historical. Well,
so we have come to the end of the show, but as we say kwaheri, this was posted on the US Department of Consular Affairs X account. The US government has established a process for US citizens who request assistance due to possible Ebola exposure or transportation from the DRC, South Sudan or Uganda during the ongoing Ebola outbreak, and they have said learn more at travel.state.gov. This is what that when you open that thing says, the kind of people who will be transported to that location that they have said. High risk of Ebola exposure, but US citizen is asymptomatic. State Department and US Embassy staff may arrange transportation to a facility in Kenya for a 21-day quarantine period from the last date of Ebola exposure, to include access to appropriate medical care provided by expert US clinicians. US citizens who become symptomatic during quarantine may be transported via specialized aeromedical evacuation for appropriate treatment. So, karantini imewekwa kakablaza.
Kitambo
ilishawekwa, kwa hivyo mungoje tu mnapopiga kelele huku nje, mkiandamana, mkisema mambo ambayo mnasema, yini mjue katika akili za Amerika karantini ipo.
Yeah.
Brenda, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
coming to the show. Thank you for your insights. Na tunakukaribisha tena.
Asante.
All right. Siti, kesho ni Friday. Sijui kama unajua nini inafanyikanga Friday.
Tell me.
Acha nikwambie nikizima microphone watu wasisikie, waanze kusema mimi ni mtu pia sina tabia. See you tomorrow, folks.
This is the Radio Generation News.